Okay, good morning. Hope everyone is well. I hope you had a good night last night. Thank you to the team who organized the event. I thought that was great and much appreciated. It's nice to be a full complement of the board and staff and TAs and observers to be able to get together in a social setting. So hopefully we'll do that again. So today we're going to return for the first session to complete the fraud read through, and then we'll turn to LCE after that. So where we got to yesterday was right up to fraud or suspected fraud, and we paused because we suspected that it would take a little bit of time to get through it, but I'm looking forward to the conversation. Julie?
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it as well. We have a couple meaty topics for this morning, so I hope everybody had a good breakfast and a coffee and are ready to go. So I think we'll just start back in, Tom, into the standard. And the first topic of the agenda for today is the fraud or suspected fraud section, and that is you'll remember that is a new section that's been drafted, although some of the content in that section is in extant, but some of it is new. So we'll welcome your comments on paragraphs 54 to 63, application material paragraph A148 to A161.
Kick us off, Ada.
Good morning, everybody. So this is a part of the standard where I think we've made good progress. A large parts of it are new, and it's good that it's here. My key comment in respect of 54 is that I would like some more of a ecosystem. It's more of an ecosystem issue. What's management's responsibility? What's the auditor's responsibility? And that's not coming out here well enough, I think. I agree with the having to obtain an understanding, but I think, and in the application material, there is a request of management, but I think that request should, I was just struggling with the principle behind that understanding. And you've mentioned the pens down approach in the issues paper, which I entirely agree with. And I think that could come out here stronger by starting with requesting management to investigate and address it. And the other points that are raised in the application material, such as use of an expert, those all follow that process. So management investigates, we look over management's shoulder as to their plan for investigation. If it's something very small, then it can go very quick. So somebody stealing stuff. But if it's a third-party fraud where cash has been withdrawn from the organization, it goes a little bit further. Or if there is indeed an investigation by a regulatory authority where potential fraud is the matter, you suddenly start bringing in experts, you follow their investigation, whether it's independent enough of the entity. And so that's in the flow, that's what I was missing a little bit in 54. And I feel quite strongly that management goes first. We apply this pens down approach and then follow it on. All the way to 63. All right. I did have a question. So in respect of proportionality, well, if you read 54 to the letter, report to an appropriate authority outside the entity or communicate with management and those charged with governance in all instances, or is there a threshold also for the clearly inconsequential? I think this resolves itself. Once management investigates, you evaluate how they've done it and whether they've addressed sufficiently for you to continue. So I think that will be flushed out then by itself. Let's see, I think Yeah, I have some other comments that I will send in. I think that I want to raise here. Yeah, no, I think most of the comments are in that vein, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. So,
I was also in 54 and the related application material, and I think Ado has expressed it very well. I think I certainly support the sentiment and everything that you have in there. I think there are things in the issues paper, particularly where you're talking about the pens down approach, that doesn't come through quite as strongly when we get into this section. I think it is really important, and I would support a lot of what Ado said. I think there's great material there. I think we can sharpen it a little bit more. Thanks.
John Wee.
Thanks, Tom, and good morning, everyone. And first of all, Tom, just to echo what you said about last night, I think it was a great cocktail session, and I thought it worked better than a sit-down dinner because you get to mingle a lot more. So thanks to everyone who organized it. So just on this section, I didn't have the point that Ado and Sue mentioned, but the point resonated very strongly with me. So just want to support what they said. Just relatively minor point, paragraph 61. I have difficulty understanding or the term nature of qualitative or quantitative circumstances. So maybe if the task force could have a look again, that phrase didn't quite work for me. Even though I know what you're trying to say, but it just didn't quite gel together. On also the requirement, so A and B, we have an or there. And I thought in this case it's a either or. No? Okay, so is an or. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, just looking at it, I thought it's either you conclude that it has been reduced to acceptably low level, or determine that it has been identified. I thought it's either or, but if Josephine's shaking her head, so I'll just go and read up.
I'm having a separate conversation. Sorry, Shenwei, I wasn't shaking my head.
Changwei,
Okay.
it is an or, Changwei.
Okay, so the connector there is or, and I think in our terminology is when we say or is and or, and if this is a either or, I think we have used either or in our standards. So just wondering whether it should be either or instead of or. So just on that, thanks.
That's just a drafting convention issue. We could look at that. It means the same thing. Okay. Eric?
Thanks very much. And yeah, appreciate the new material. I thought generally it was really helpful. Just had a few comments on the material. I'd like to start with A150, where it's talking about obtaining the understanding, and the second bullet there mentions considering the implications on prior audit engagements. And when I discussed that with the stakeholders, there was quite a bit of what does, really asking just what does that mean? What are we considering about the prior audit engagements? We recognize that later on it gets into the reporting implications, and that's dealt with elsewhere, but what are we dealing with here? That was really a question, so maybe you could clarify that. On 158A, there's kind of a one sentence paragraph that we were asking ourselves, so what? Like, what do you want us to do now then? If if some of it is due to error, where do we go next? So that maybe you could just clarify that.
Eric, could I ask you which paragraph that is?
Sorry, A158, big A. It's a new one sentence paragraph, says it might be, the misstatement might be due to error after all. And in 61, we acknowledge that when you get to this point, there are two possible outcomes. But we had two comments on the A and B. First of all, it talks about concluding that the risk of material misstatement due to fraud has been reduced to an acceptably low level. And the comment that came back was that throughout the ISAs, when we're talking about an acceptably low level, we're generally talking about audit risk. So we're just wondering if there was a terminology issue there on A. And we weren't really sure what the value of A and B was, because those are the sort of two obvious options. And so we weren't sure whether it was really needed to say what they were. So just ask you to think whether it's really necessary to have that in the requirement. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. All right, bear with me. I'm having some technology problems, but I will agree with the broad comments already made. And then also add when fraud or suspected fraud is identified. Paragraph 54 is very broad, and it covers items. It feels like it covers items not only related to the financial statement, and I was feeling it wasn't necessarily tied to risk and material misstatement. Hopefully I will identify those when we go through. Also in paragraph 54 specifically as it relates to little a, I'm wondering if it would be it feels impractical for the engagement partner, and I understand completely that we're elevating more things to the engagement partner, but it may be impractical to be performed, in the obtain and understanding just for the engagement partner. It could be difficult to execute perhaps in a multi-location audit. So I was wondering if we could consider the construct from ISA 220 for taking responsibility rather than the engagement partner alone.
Okay. Neil,
No, I had more.
sorry.
Sorry, I'm just
You got me with your pause.
I know, I usually say thank you at the end, so I will try to be, I need to get this fixed, but 59B, I wasn't really sure what assessed means. Assess whether remediation measures taken by management or those charged with governance. I don't know if the auditor can actually assess. Maybe and I don't know what the cuss word might be, but it felt like something that an auditor might not be able to execute on effectively. Minor point, well, maybe not. And maybe I'll just send in the places where I think material is missing before misstatement. And the next comment is on 61A. How does the auditor conclude? Is this in relation to one item or the entire financial statement? How does this interplay with planning materiality? And this is a case where I did go back to 450, and maybe what would be helpful, because I notice in the little footnote 450, it doesn't send me to the precise paragraph. So I wasn't really sure which paragraph in 450 I was in. Was I evaluating misstatements? It seemed to be a hybrid. I wasn't sure if I was in 5 or 6. So if you could just look at that, that would be helpful. And I think that's going to have to be it, because This document is not working. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks. If you want to come back in, please feel free to see card. Neil.
Thanks, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Just so my reading of it is that paragraph 54 requires you to get an understanding, which is great. 57 then has additional procedures based on that understanding. So 57 is linked to 54. 59 isn't, however, linked anywhere. And so my reading of 59 suggests that regardless of your understanding, you would need to perform 59. And that might lead the auditor to perform 59, even when their understanding concluded that it was an immaterial matter. And so I think 59 needs to be linked back to 54 or 57, so you can narrow down when that needs to be performed.
Okay. Actually, Chun-Li's comment on or has to be focused on that paragraph, not because of the or statement, but or does imply that they're almost mutually exclusive. But it seems to me that it's almost sequential. You could determine that a material misstatement due to fraud has been identified, and then after that determination, you can make a conclusion of whether it's been reduced. So now I'm stumbling on that paragraph a little bit, because I think one outcome could be that it is reduced to an acceptably low level, and another outcome after that determination is that it isn't. And I don't know, obviously the outcome could be the same, that it still exists, but it just seems like you probably would do B anyway to get to A first. But I'm not sure that they're mutually exclusive. Like or implies two separate paths. Something that maybe we should just consider in the drafting going forward about whether it's really mutually exclusive outcomes, or in some cases, are they? What you wouldn't determine that a material misstatement due to fraud has been identified, and then afterwards you could conclude whether it's been produced? I'm just trying to think of the process by which you would go about. So you see what I'm saying is that it's the thought process. So ultimately it could be mutually, you may end up in one of the two places, but I think from a sequential basis, it's something to consider in the drafting. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it for you to respond to what you heard.
Okay, sorry, didn't know there weren't any more comments. So Tom, the points on paragraph 54 have come up a few times. I think it would be helpful for us as a task force to understand if the board is asking for an additional requirement there, because that would be an additional requirement. The request for the investigation by management to go first. So it would be helpful to know if that's the consensus, because we'll need to go away and draft that requirement.
Okay, that's it. That's not the or question, but yes, Ada.
The answer will be yes, Julie. That should be an extra requirement. Much like going concern, where we also request management to do stuff.
Josephine.
Ado, just to clarify, I'm slightly nervous about having a requirement for the auditor to go off and ask management to investigate something. You can bring it to the attention, but I just feel like what happens if they say no? So now we're in a spiral of, now we need another set of requirements to deal with that. And I think the communication with management, those charge of governance, is that exchange of ideas and discussions about what everybody collectively thinks needs to happen next. But actually requiring them to do that, I personally feel uncomfortable about that. If other board members are comfortable with it, then let's go ahead and try that out. But I just wanted to put that caution in there.
Any other comments on this? So who would like, Sally Ann?
Sorry, and I think something else to just consider, and just looking at the requirements in paragraph 59, we've got 59B, where we talk about the auditor shall perform procedures to assess whether the remediation measures taken by management or those charged with governance address the fraud or suspected fraud are appropriate. And you're sort of getting at that investigation. I recognize your point was it's not first. We're not diminishing the fact that we would expect them to appropriately address it. We've just got it in a different place. So I just, as part of this conversation, just would you consider that as well?
Yes,
And I think, Neil, you had a question about 59, and that would be, it's not conditional, so that would be required procedures in all circumstances. So you would get to that, you would get to the determination around the management's remediation in all cases.
Yes, I get that. And I think it's great that it's here, but I'd like to have more clarity and the request to be built. I do think this is an ecosystem issue and and also management needs to play its part. But all.
Diane?
Thanks, Tom. I would just add that it's a fair point, Ado, to push us on this because it is important. I think part of the challenge is in this hopper, we've got fraud and suspected fraud, right? So, and I think the hopper is the right hopper, but it could be something minute or it could be something significant. And anybody who's been in these situations knows this is an iterative process. You think it's something, you're not sure, you have a discussion, it just keeps going round and round in this circle until sometimes, there's a legal investigation or you walk away, right? Or you resolve it somehow. So I am not against bringing a little bit more of management. And I'm with Josephine there that I'm not sure the first shot across the bow is you have to go do an investigation because then you're also creating this, imbalance, I think, in what is the relationship between you and management. So I think the first thing to do is talk to them about it, understand it. Maybe it's bring it to their attention, move to the front of the bus, but I would stop short of saying day one, you've got to go investigate it. Because again, this hopper includes fraud, suspected fraud. You're still in this discovery, if you will, discovery stage of trying to find out what exactly you have. So that was the only context that I would provide, is it may be too early to, have them do an investigation.
Anyone else who hasn't spoken on this issue? Wendy?
Sorry, thanks, Tom. I'll just chime in. I don't know if it's too early. I guess what I think is missing is perhaps the response from management or those charged with governance. You tell them you have this issue, and then so it's kind of silent. For me, it's implicit. I know exactly what we would do. And perhaps at the end, Josephine, you referred to a whole bunch of other requirements. There's probably someplace else in the ISAs where you refer to consider client continuance or, whatever your next steps are. I think that's the piece that is missing. It's just one way at this point. Thank you.
Anyone else? Sean-Wei?
I guess from my perspective, I would encourage the task force to consider how we can bring prominence to this bit about highlighting management's responsibility and the interaction between the auditors and management. Maybe not exactly what Ado is looking for, but to me, at the very least, in the 54 application material, having this descriptor and maybe making reference to 59B somehow, that may at least make it clearer that it's a whole ecosystem kind of responsibility. And just coming quickly to the all question, Tom, and if it is actually both, I was just wondering, and I'll leave it to the task force, of course, to go have a look again. Maybe it is sort of swapping B and A. So the first thing is determine whether a material misstatement due to fraud has been identified would not work, but something along that line, and then conclude that otherwise the risk has been reduced to acceptably low level. Just something that sort of pop up, but I'll leave it to the safe hand of the task force to look into it.
Okay, Sue?
I'm probably also a little bit wary of putting something, a specific requirement about management's investigation in here. And I think part of the reason for that is these are often very difficult situations. And as Diane said, you know, if you're in the situation where it's suspected fraud, you're trying to work through who may be involved, what the implications are, et cetera, And I think I said earlier about, to me, the pens down thing doesn't come through quite strongly enough. And I think if you go into that pens down approach, you're then into the talking to the right people or working out what the next steps are. And the other piece is that I know it's picked up elsewhere, but at this stage, you may or may not know whether management may be involved and everything as well. So I prefer that it's more open to interpretation as to what the next steps may be, rather than very much specifying one particular action.
Lauren?
Thanks, Tom. Sue, I'm on the same page as you. You're probably going to end up in a very peculiar situation where you'd only want to do this for sort of a big fraud, and practically you're going to ask management to investigate itself. So you get into this sort of circular roundabout process, whereas you probably would go through some type of formal investigation anyway, albeit that you might not use a specific paragraph in ISO 240 to get there. So I also prefer a more principles-based approach, although Ada, I do take your point that in some cases you probably would want to do some type of formal investigation. But then it begs the question, so do you ask management to do the investigation? Or then do we want to mandate some type of forensic investigation now that needs to be performed instead? And say, we'll just cut management out altogether and default to those charged with governance. So that's the other problem that I'm trying to get in my head now.
Ada, you want to respond?
Yes, and that's fair. And of course, you'll go talk first, Diane, but then you want to have a response. Oh, and there are shades there. And if there's a suggestion that management is involved, you don't go talk to management, but you go talk to those charged with governance. So that's the stepped approach that is in there. But at the moment it's that pens down approach, and I think Sue said it before. Well, that is not coming through sufficiently yet. Thank you.
Fernando.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning. I'm also in favor of having a little bit more flexibility. I think being prescriptive could really create unintended consequences. These acts are just different across the clients, the countries, the industries, and having that option really to discuss and then analyze, I think provides a better way for us to act in response to either suspected or fraud, rather than saying this is exactly what you have to do. Circumstances are just different around the world.
So my read on this is that the task force could go back and consider whether there's some sharpening, but there's a little caution about adding requirements. Ado's point, well taken, but there's some risk to do it. But maybe think about ways to sharpen the languages and the responsibilities in the guidance as well. Is that how you're hearing?
Yep. I think that's good. Okay. A couple of other points. We deliberate. So, Wendy, I think your question was around whether or not the wording with the engagement partner, as opposed to, that was deliberate. So we didn't want to lessen the requirement on the engagement partner. So I would it was just a decision by the task force to go that direction.
Wondering what happens in a group audit. So noodle on it.
Well, I think then it's the group engagement partner in a group audit, but
Yeah.
we can think about it, but it was a deliberate choice because of the you know, we're talking about fraud here, so we didn't want to lessen the requirement. A couple of times I know we're going to look at paragraph 61 again anyway, but there was a couple of comments about the reducing except to acceptably low level, kind of at the assertion level, and that actually does exist in the IAASB. It's in 330 paragraph. It's kind of a hanging paragraph on A4. So there is some precedence for that. So I think we're going to look at 61 again anyway, but that was the reason why we had it in there. Was there anything else? Oh, and Eric, you had the comment around in A, I think it's 158A, about that you might actually just identify this to be a misstatement due to error. So we don't have additional material in here because you would just go to the other IAASBs and the requirements if you now determine that it's a material misstatement due to error or an identified misstatement due to error.
So can you just close the loop and say that?
We can take it back. I think that's it in this section.
I think we could move forward.
Next one. So we're moving on to evaluation of the sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence and the auditor unable to continue the audit engagement. So paragraph 64 and 65 and A162 to A170.
Okay, 64 and 65. Kai.
Thanks, Tom. Good morning, everyone. I have a brief comment to paragraph 65. In some jurisdiction, the inability to complete the engagement may not lead to the ability to withdraw, or auditors may be required to issue an auditor's report with a disclaimer of opinion. So paragraph 65 should, in my view, include the possibility of issuing a disclaimer of opinion with the auditor cannot withdraw. Thanks, that's all.
Okay, Chun-Wei.
Thanks. Two very, very minor comment. The first one is paragraph 64. I'm just wondering, when do we say in applying ISO or whatever, and when do we not do that? So in this case, we are not referring to 520. So I'm not entirely sure when we make that distinction. And the application material A165, just a minor suggestion. The bullets that we have there, they're all about inflating revenue. Perhaps you could have a hanging sentence at the end to point out that trends opposite to those described above may also be indicative of presence of fraud, but where the intention is to reduce revenue recorded in the current period. Thanks.
Josephine.
Thank you, Tom. Just a clarifying question, Kai, on you just made a comment on paragraph, so I can understand paragraph 65. This is where the auditor encounters exceptional circumstances and actually means that they can't continue with the engagement. So, but you're saying in that case, you still feel that you could deliver a disclaimer of opinion? Or are you suggesting that we need to change 65 then? Sorry, thank you.
So my view was that paragraph 65 should include the possibility of issuing a disclaimer of opinion when the auditor cannot withdraw. That was my,
Then I assume that it's where withdrawal is not possible under applicable law or regulation. That instance. Okay. Julie,
We'll take that, we'll take all those back. I mean, 64 and 65 are pretty close to the extant wording, so we didn't mess around too much with those paragraphs on purpose. So. Okay. The next one is the next section is implications for the auditor's report. So get the next slide. And just a reminder that when we're in this section, we'd like to hear your thoughts as well on agenda item 3C. So agenda item 3C was the conforming amendments that are related to, not all the conforming amendments, but the ones related to 700 and 701. So when we get comments, Tom, we'd also like to hear comments on the conforming amendments as well.
okay, great. 66 through 69 and conforming amendments. Isabel?
Yes, thank you. I love auditor's report. I love auditor's report as much as Diane loves the journal entry. So that's quite a lot. I was not really sure if we are landing with fraud-related key audit matters or key audit matters related to fraud. My understanding was that initially it was the task force intention to create a specific category of key audit matter and call them fraud-related key audit matters. Then several times fraud-related key audit matters, fraud-related has been removed. And now I understand that it's within the section on key audit matter that we include key audit matter that deal with fraud. And we have to set clearly in the subtitle that these key audit matters relate to fraud. And whether the key audit matter is just on fraud or on revenue recognition, for example, but there's a fraud consideration in it, and then you put fraud in the title of the subtitle of the key audit matter. But sometimes we still use fraud-related key audit matters, and sometimes we use key audit matters related to fraud. So I'm totally confused now if we mean the same thing, if it's a category of key audit matter that's different from the generic one or not. I think I understood what we want to do, and I understand it. I think it makes sense. The only thing on which I have not found the answer is what if there are no key audit matters at all? I found the answer, what if there's no key audit matter linked to fraud? I would call them like this. So then in that case, we have to state that there's nothing related to fraud in the key audit matter. But when you have no key audit matter at all, so that's a situation that is dealt with in ISA 701, where we say we have no key audit matter. It's in very rare circumstances, because we have to keep in mind it's for listed companies. So normally you expect to have at least one key audit matter, but in rare circumstances, it can happen that there are no key audit matter. So should we change what we write in this situation, saying we have no key audit matter, including no key audit matter related to fraud, which would be a little bit strange? Or do we stay with the normal statement, we have no key audit matter? I think that's what it means, because it's not covered, but I just wanted to have clarity on that. Thank you.
So I think there's a few points of clarification here that could get to. First of all, I was just trying to noodle in my head that key audit, fraud related key audit matter or related, I think they're the same thing, but we should be consistent in the terminology. I think that's a terminology and consistency thing. My understanding of why we took the position that we did, just reminding us the decision, is that in some instances, you couldn't separate fraud related key audit matters from effectively error related audit matters. And that's why we landed where we are. And that's why we're comfortable. So to me, it goes back to consistency of terminology.
And we did use those terms over the course of this drafting. So it is quite possible that we didn't catch them all when we were drafting.
So that's, we could deal with that consistency, but I think that I just wanted to run the factual case by that's why we are where we are. It doesn't resolve what happens if there's none, but I think we can answer that too. Isabel?
Yeah, so maybe we could agree on what is the wording we want, and I understand it's more key audit matter related to fraud and fraud related key audit matter, but do you agree?
I don't think it matters. I just think we need to determine which one is the right one, but I feel like we need to be consistent. Right. So I don't know if the task force had a favorite, but I'm sure it seems the same to me.
Key audit matters related to fraud is where we ended up.
Okay, there we are. And people are comfortable with that. Okay. It's a tongue twister. So.
So I had some quite interesting discussions with practitioners as I was preparing for this. And it certainly seems as though the key audit matter approach and the lens is sort of working well. It's a process that people are used to. But maybe a sort of potential practical issue that bubbled up, and I probably don't have a solution, but I think it's perhaps just something to keep in mind, were sort of questions around by having almost like the separate stream for fraud related matters, you could be in a position where the most significant matter related to fraud was insignificant compared to maybe a bunch of other key audit matters. And it was a question really of balance in the reporting that would be at risk in that kind of situation of potentially taking attention away from the things that were genuinely really important and that took up the most auditor attention. So perhaps just something to reflect on as you're sort of working this through.
Okay. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to respond to Isabel's point about no key audit matters at all. And I think the conforming and consequential amendments to 701 para A58, I think, cover that situation. I must admit I wrestled with the various scenarios. If you have a normal CAM and no fraud related, or the other way around, or neither, I think it works. And I think all the scenarios are covered. But yeah, so have a look at A58 in the. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Shall we?
Thanks, Tom. And I just want to say overall, I'm very comfortable with where we've landed on all this transparency around fraud. I have to confess, when I first started, I thought it might be really, really challenging. But I think the task force has landed in a very sensible and balanced place. So want to just acknowledge that. A few smaller comments. So this application material, A173, where we say, apart from what we have in paragraph 66, there may be other fraud-related matters. I thought paragraph 66 has a list that is actually very broad. So it's not immediately obvious to me what other fraud-related matters there might be. So it may help to just provide an example or two here. And I suspect I'm not the only one who can't think of other fraud-related matters. And then just on A175, so the paragraph works, and I think it's all factual. It's not wrong, but we talk about intentional management bias, and I'm just thinking from the reader's perspective, when they get to this point, they may get a little bit nervous because in most instances, there's no way for them to establish intention. So just wondering whether it helps to sort of acknowledge that bias can be intentional, it can be unconscious, and hence the identified risk of material misstatement that may end up in the CAM is actually, often due to fraud or error. So having that acknowledgement right here may be helpful. And I really like that we have 3 examples in the illustration. One is wrong due to fraud, one is due to fraud or error, and then one due to identified fraud. I think that provides a really good range of illustration. So I want to just acknowledge and thank the task force for that. But in this application material, it may be just helpful to acknowledge that bit. A177, and I think this is actually developed based on an application material in 701. I guess the point I want to make here is that we have this sentence in the middle that say these risks of material misstatement did not require significant auditor attention, and I guess looking at what we have in 701, the whole concept is about you have this whole list of things, and then which one requires the most kind of significant auditor's attention. So there's a little bit of a relativity in play here. And just wondering whether that relativity kind of point can be weaved into here by saying, for example, may not require the most significant attention or something along that line. And I also think that A177 attach better to paragraph 67 rather than 66. That would be different from what we have in 701, but I always thought that the 701 application material attachment for that particular one was a little bit wobbly anyway. So something for us to maybe consider. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Eric.
Thanks, Tom, and like Chun-Wee, I thought it was the way the requirements and the guidance had been set out was very helpful and a balanced approach. My comment is just going back to what A175, and I think maybe Chun-Wee's discussion covers the same point. Is really in my outreach, people were trying to interpret what is this really trying to tell me? Is it trying to tell me that accounting estimates, we should always have a fraud CAM, or not? And I think what the message is there is that you could have, there's different scenarios that you could have, and the illustration helps with that. So maybe Chun-Wee's suggestion would solve my concern as well. Thanks.
Wendy.
All right, thanks, Tom. I think my documents and my connection are stable. I like the discussion that Isabel brought up. I think Eric just talked to the same thing. And overall, I think the CAM model does work. I am a little concerned with having a CAM that says there are no fraud CAMs. But we can work that through, or have it come in through a comment. Or are there going to be some unintended consequences not to have to make that statement? You're looking at me like I didn't say something right.
Well, I just think if you feel that way, we probably should discuss it.
Okay, so
as opposed to waiting till later to discuss.
Okay, so my concern is that, okay, if we have to say there are no fraud CAMs, well, that forces the auditor to come up with some really boilerplate type of CAM that says, okay, management override is a CAM, and then not to have to say there's no fraud CAM. So, and so there are unintended consequences from that. And I don't know if anybody else has that concern with auditors. I see some shaking heads now. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then I need some clarity on 66C, the identification of deficiencies in internal control that are relevant to the prevention and detection of fraud. So is the deficiency in internal control the CAM, or is it the line item that it's associated with on the financial statement that would result in one CAM and not multiple CAMs? So that's on 66C. Let's just see, and on 69. We in 69? Yes. Actually, I said that comment already. Thank you.
Okay. Julie?
So there's a couple things there, Wendy, I think are worth discussion. So I hear you on the, by putting the statement in, does that drive someone to put just something there to avoid putting the statement? I would say we did talk about that, but we think that on a couple fronts, we've addressed that fact by one, there's quite a bit more in this standard now that should drive you to a very robust discussion amongst your engagement team, your risk assessment, you're thinking about fraud risk factors. I think that should take the auditor to a mindset where they're not just automatically thinking about the presumed risks and nothing else. So I guess that's one point. And then I think that there is always, we haven't excluded the option that you could just have that statement and you're comfortable with that statement, just like you're comfortable putting that statement in today if you have no other CAMs, right? I mean, that's, sorry, that's in 701 today. So we would hope you wouldn't get to that place because we were hoping to drive reporting around fraud. But if that's the case, then that's where you would get to. And and then we've heard boilerplate come up a few times in other meetings as well. But I think it's on the auditor not to write boilerplate CAMs and to think about it being entity specific. And we actually provided, I don't know if you've been able to look at them because I know there were a lot of materials, but there were some CAM examples that we provided. And a couple of those examples were not just related to an account. They were related to something like some deficiency that might arise at the client. And you could write a CAM that's not necessarily tied to an account, that it's CAMs matters related to fraud can be more than just account related frauds. I mean, they do often have an impact on the financial statements, but you could write a CAM that is in that vein that's not just tied to an account. So I think that addressed a couple of your questions there.
Isabel?
Yes, sorry to come back. I think I had missed something. When I read the report example in agenda item 3C, page 2, I realized that now the title of the key audit matter section is key audit matters, including matters related to fraud. And it's not what I understood when I read 68, because when I read 68, I read in applying ISA 701 in the key audit matter section of the auditor's report. So I understand that we still have a key audit matter section in the auditor's report, and that we are subheading CAM per CAM that refer to fraud if the key audit matter relates to is fraud related. But I disagree with changing the heading of the key audit matter section to key audit matter, including matters related to fraud.
I think we discussed that at a previous board meeting. So that would be a shift from where we were headed. We wanted that heading to include that signposting agree that the CAMs themselves have a title and there would be an indication in the title, but we really truly wanted that section to have that included in the title.
Maybe it's a relevant input. Like one of the pushes we've had, remember we originally started with a separate section for fraud. And we moved to using CAMs as a mechanism. And I think we all were comfortable with that. But we got a little bit of pushback from those who really wanted this to be in a separate section. And I think that signposting was a nod to that. And maybe one possibility is we will generate some comments on that in exposure. We could ask a question on that. But to me, this was a big public interest issue identified by some of our stakeholders. And some of them a little bit regretted that we moved it away from a separate fraud section on it. And there was a logic to it. And I strongly support the logic because it was hard, just for your reason previously, the discussion previously, it's hard to disaggregate some of the CAM related issues for fraud and error. So that's why we justified it. But I think the signposting it was quite important for some of these stakeholders.
Yeah, but it's inconsistent with paragraph 68. Because in paragraph 68, we then should say in the key audit matter, including matters related to fraud section. And in 68, we say that fraud should appear in the subheading and not in the heading of the section.
I think paragraphs, what you're pointing out, Isabel, can be addressed in the conforming amendments document. So 3C is in 3C. What we tried not to do is have that paragraph, that sentence repeat over and over and over again. So what is in the conforming amendments in 701 paragraph 11, if you can see that, we've added the fact that that's going to be the wording in the report, but we've also put a footnote in to say, unless specifically referred to in the title of the section, reference is made to key audit matters throughout the IAASB. So we've intentionally not just had additional words repeated over and over again and tried to keep it as simple as possible by having that footnote.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there were maybe one or two other things. Sue, your point's well taken about the practicality. I would think we've allowed for that in the way that well, in a couple ways. One, if you truly don't have something that's that significant to report, you would go to the option of saying, I don't have any fraud CAMs. But we would hope you've thought long and hard before you get there. I suppose you could put the fraud CAM later on in the report as well, but there is always the option to say, I have no fraud CAMs, if it's truly not that significant. And then I think there were a couple of comments about the paragraph on estimates. It's probably worth just for, I lost my reference, but 175, A175. We didn't go down the path there of trying to include intention or unintentional or intentional, because that's really where you should go to look in 540 for that. So that was the reasoning behind the drafting and how we ended up with that drafting. And it is tied to a risk of material misstatement due to fraud at the end of the day. So it's not intended to say every complex estimate within the financial statements would be in that category.
Okay. I think we can move forward.
Okay, on the home stretch. Written representations, communications with management and those charged with governance, and reporting to an appropriate authority outside the entity. So paragraph 70 through 74 and A188 through A200.
Okay. 70-74. Yosh?
Thank you, Tom, and good morning, everyone. Belatedly, this is first time to make an expression of my appreciation to the jury and task force. And I have just one comment about the communication. I don't know where to mention the qualitative circumstances of fraud risk and further audit procedures, so I try to mention it here. The determination of whether a misstatement is due to fraud with suspected management involvement is very critical because it is equivalent to the consideration of the qualitative facts or circumstances of fraud risk in the paragraph 61 requirement. So if the auditor determined that the misstatement is due to fraud with suspected management involvement, it should be explicitly provided that additional actions are required, such as further professional skepticism or enhanced communication with the TCWG or internal auditors, and are requiring management to take remedial action. That is, thank you.
Thank you, Yosh. Any other comments? Okay.
Okay, I think we're good. We move on. Documentation. Paragraph 75 and paragraph A201.
Yes, thank you, Tom. So I don't disagree what's in here, but for example, when in applying to 30, for example, under M, I think those are already captured by the 315 documentation requirements. So it's a repeat of what I think is already there. And also on N and O, I think those are captured already by existing documentation requirements.
I'm lost on the reference. So 75.
75. Oh, yeah, it's the second one. Mine says M here. Not sure whether that's caused by my system or.
We're invented requirements.
Did you want to go to N?
Well,
what's the words that it begins with?
The key elements of the auditor's understanding in accordance. So it's B probably. So my system, I have system issues as well. So so just have a look where it is not wrong, but do we need the duplication? But I guess that comes back to comments we made previously.
Okay, Eric.
Thank you. And on paragraph 75A, just it looked like a bit of an editorial tweak might be needed, but when you make the change that you've made by taking the significant decisions reached and putting it elsewhere in the requirement, it now reads, the auditor shall include in the documentation the discussion among the team. And I don't think that's really what you're intending. It's you're intending that it's the decisions reached from the discussion that you will document. So I just ask you to rethink that one. And I had a question on 75B where it in the middle of that paragraph, it talks about the rationale for the significant decisions reached. And my understanding is that in 315, they don't use that. They don't use that kind of wording. So I was wondering whether that will be challenging for auditors to deal with that kind of documentation. And lastly, this really goes back to paragraph 41 and the presumption of revenue recognition, and then the dealing with the fraud risk factors. And I just wonder, there's nothing in the documentation requirements here that sort of deal with what the need to document that. And I worry that practitioners might struggle with dealing with that requirement and how you document it. So I wondered if there's something that could be added in 75 to perhaps help explain what that looks like. Thank you.
Josephine, was yours a clarification point? Okay, let me take 1D and then come back.
Thanks, Tom. Just two quick comments on A. I think it needs to include how and when the discussion occurred and the audit team members who participated, because this is the documentation section. And H may tie back to something, 75H may tie back to something we were talking about earlier, because there's a documentation requirement here about management's response, but I couldn't find the requirement to have the discussion on the response, which I think goes back to the paragraphs we talked about earlier. So it's a requirement to document something that I couldn't find the audit requirement earlier in the standard to do it. Thank you.
Okay, Josephine?
Ado, on your paragraph 79, little o, the key elements of the auditor's understanding, you might need to send us something offline, because 30 to 34 are all specifically about fraud matters. They're not 315 matters, or they're not in 315. So it would be helpful if you just send along what you think is the issue with actually 70, it's B, isn't it, in the, thank you.
Okay, Julie?
That's great. None of those seem insurmountable. Eric, can I just clarify though, when you referred to the fraud risk factors, were you talking about specifically about that rebuttal, the documentation around the rebuttal, or are you just talking more generally about the fraud risk factors?
I'm talking about the presumed risk of fraud and revenue recognition, and that requirement in 41 tells you to sort of look at the fraud risk factors you've identified and take them into account, and just that element is new. So I'm just worried about how that is documented, and how that the basis for that decision would be reflected in the documentation.
We'll take a look at it. We may have words that someone might say get you there, but we'll make sure that we're clear, because you're right. We have drawn that link now to the fraud risk factors, so we want to make sure.
Okay. I think we're done with that section.
So now we have all the appendices. We've made updates to the appendices. You would have seen in a number of cases, we've tried to build in more modern examples, taking from experts we talked to or other publications that have come out. So we're hoping that those updates are bringing it up a little bit more to modern day, but it will take any questions on the appendices, sort of as a suite right now.
Okay. Comments on the appendices?
Sally Ann made a good point. If there are editorials on any of those, we're happy to take them offline as well. Oh, good. So the last question is, well, it's question 2, but it's our last question, relates to other matters. So are there any other matters that you want the task force to consider? We are taking all of this away and working again on an updated draft. So beyond what's been discussed at the meeting, if there are other things you want to bring to our attention.
Okay. The any other issues question, also known as sound advice. So,
So I just had a couple of points that came through some of the discussions I had, and obviously some of that was with practitioners who are thinking about what they might be doing. And I also used the opportunity to quiz people who are in environments where there are already enhanced requirements about what they're finding and what we might learn from that. And I think one of the pieces was around the kind of discussion we've had about the involvement of particularly forensic specialists. And there are definitely some learnings there about how the auditor interfaces with the expert and what their role is in the context of kind of advising the auditor, and you know, the auditor still keeps responsibility for this. So that interface I think is quite important. So I think that's something maybe to consider about how we can describe the relative responsibilities. I mean, not necessarily in the standard, but in, you know, whether it's in you know, future implementation material or whatever. And the other thing that came up was the discussion we've just had about the looking at the CAM process through the fraud lens and how that would apply. So those are things that people who are already doing that kind of stuff are you know, exercised about. And the other point I'd make is something we talked about yesterday, which was there is an awful lot of really valuable educational material in here. And if you are thinning it down, then I think we should be thinking of keeping it somewhere, because I think, you know, Julie, you said about people who don't have a national office, you know, it's really valuable. Thanks.
okay. Julie?
Okay, next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to Hankin to bring us home and tell us what's next.
Okay, we get to the most exciting part of the session, the way forward. So in July and September, we're going to continue working on the standard. We are also going to continue with our collaboration with IAASB and other task forces. And obviously in September as well, we're going to consult with the CAG, and then we're going to bring the board with a revised draft of the standard. And then hopefully we'll get through approval in December. That's it. Thank you.
I'll just add that we're already, well, I'm going to say we, even though I haven't had a whole lot to do with it, developing an outreach plan to figure out who and when and what outreach we'll do in that time frame as well.
Wendy?
Can I just ask a question? I remember from the project proposal, there might have been some discussion about some non-authoritative guidance coming out on 250. I know that's not 240. Is that still planned? I know that's not in the path forward here, but I'm just curious. Thank you.
It would be after this timeline, Wendy, but yes, you're right. There are a number of non-authoritative guidance items in the project proposal that we'll need to work on. But we need to finalize the standard first, and then we would work on that.
Unless we develop cloning technology with him for this board.
Chat GBT to read it.
Yeah. Okay, any concluding remarks?
No, I think it's been really helpful. Like you said at the outset, Tom, this was really the first chance that some of this material had been put back together and in a cohesive document. So I think we got some really valuable feedback, and I know there were some areas where we had a lot more and some areas where I think we talked about it previously and didn't have a whole lot, but we'll take that away and look forward to discussing it again in September.
And before we go to the break, I want to invite Jim, any CAG reflections?
Well, just to thank Julie, we spent a lot of time with Julie on fraud or discussing fraud. And I just reflecting on the views of the CAG, and there was a sense that there needs to be a change. And I think this represents that change. So I think you have listened to the CAG feedback in that respect.
Thank you. Michael?
Yes, good discussions. And what I was pleased to hear throughout the discussion was a strong focus on clarifying the requirements and strengthening them. I didn't hear pushback to weaken anything, so that was good news. And still certainly some issues for the task force to work out to make sure that things come through clearly. And the reporting issue that was discussed today is going to be an important one. So how the key audit matters come through and how fraud is communicated or fraud risks are communicated through those is going to be important. And I think I would endorse what the chair suggested about including specific question on the approach when the exposure draft eventually does go out, just to make sure that that stakeholders understand the approach and are going to find that useful. So good.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well done to Fraud Task Force and well done to the board for a really robust discussion. Made good progress on this standard, and I think we're on track for our December approval. So what I propose now is to take a break. I would suggest that we take a break up to the 11 o'clock time, which was when we were scheduled to break, just in case if observers were going to join us at 11 for LCA. So 45-minute break, and we'll see you again at 11. The LCE team, get ready to go.
Sorry, can the sustainability task force pop upstairs to go through the papers? Thank you.
Okay, we're gathering our sustainability task force, and then we'll get going once they return. They're working hard. Okay. Well, okay, we're back, and we're going to turn our attention now to LCE. You have as I said earlier in this week, you have a pretty complete draft now in front of you, with the exception of what's outstanding on part 10. So I'm going to turn it over to Kai.
Thank you, Tom, for that intro, and thank you to the board. And happy to turn to this stage of the project that we're edging closer to approval of a final standard. Together with me on the LCE corner here, I have the LCE staff with Jasper, Amy, and Kazuko. You'll be happy to hear that I won't be the only one speaking today, so you'll hear some other voices as well, as Amy and Jasper will do parts of this. And we can go to the next slide. In March, we discussed parts 2 to 6, and also accounting estimates from part 7. And also we did discuss some obtain direction from the board relating to the 800 series and how to deal with that. We did good progress. We had good agreement with the board on the direction that we were heading. Based on that, the timelines were updated. So the expected approval of the standard were moved from December to September. So this slide just shows a little bit about where we're at. So as Tom said, at today's meeting, you will have a almost full draft. The only part that's not there in the standard itself is the part 10 on groups that were just out on ED, and the comment period ended in May, and we'll come back a little bit to touch on where we're at with that. The plan is to go to discuss that on the scheduled board call on July 26th. Today, we'll also bring back some selected questions from the ED relating to implementation and transition, relating to what could cause changes to the standards. In September, the remaining questions of what we had in the exposure draft will be covered. And the only ones that we haven't touched on yet is effective date and the process for future updates and maintenance of the standard. And also one question there relating to what support guidance, or what support and guidance that could be useful in implementing the proposed standard. So that's coming in September. The last box on this slide you see is supplemental guides. If you remember, in the ED, we had 2 supplemental guides, one on authority and one on reporting. We have started looking at them and updating them, but they will go later and will not come with the approval of the standard itself, similar to the process that we generally do with supplemental guides. So on the right-hand side of this slide, back by popular demand, is the Viking on the mountain. We had them at different places on the mountain itself. The top of the mountain has been in a little bit of a haze, so we haven't been able to see the top. We also got stuck somewhat in the Panama Canal with a ship once when we struggled a little bit on the authority. But we think now that this signals quite well where we're at with the project, that we're quite near to the top, and we can see where it is. So I'm hoping for a good discussion today and that we can bring this closer to the expected approval in September. So if we go on to the next slide. So what's been keeping us busy since we had our last meeting? The task force has met 3 times, 1 physical meeting and 2 virtual meetings. The picture that you see there is from when we had a meeting in CPA Canada. CPA Canada hosted us in Toronto. And we also had an informal networking with members of the Canadian Auditing Insurance Standard Board and the staff. So we had good discussions there. We have also done some discussions with the IAASB staff to see whether they have any input to our standard. We've looked at, as you see in the current draft that you presented, we have reflected the changes, and we've also updated so that we are in line with the IAASB on the authority. We have met with the reference group. What did they say? I would say that the general sense from the feedback we got from the reference group was that there was little feedback on the content itself, very little on the technical or on the content, a lot of encouragement and support on what we've done and support for going forward. Some of the specific comments we may come back to a little bit later, but there was really few. Most of the discussion and the feedback we got was around the importance of the messaging of the standard, as also some of the main feedback on the ED itself and what activities that could be done to explain what the standard and what it is and what it's not, benefits of using, and other items related to adoption and implementation. So good support for what we've done, no real flags being raised of issues that we need to come back to. Last week, we presented to the NSS. I think that's a good, it really shows the difference that are in jurisdictions in relation to whether there is a need for the standard and whether they would like to adopt, because its range, the feedback there also was very little on the standard itself, but ranging more on whether they would adopt. And a lot of it's quite similar to the original ID in the ED, and some of the feedback was saying we could have already started using the standard when we had the ED itself, and others saying we didn't agree with it originally and we still don't think we will adopt the standard. So it just shows the difference that are there, and as we've recognized already. So, but nothing really on the standard to reflect on. Lastly, but not least, we've continued to add interaction with the SMPAG. We did present to them in May where we're at. Similar there to the feedback from the reference group. Very little feedback on the content itself. Positive feedback on what we've done. A lot of encouragement around finalizing the standard and getting it out, and comments were focused on adoption and implementation. So and that's the outreach that's been done, and as I said, mostly then focusing on where do we go from here. So if we then go to the next slide, we dive into the discussions for this week. The draft that you've been presented shows all the changes we've done. This slide is around the preface and authority. The authority we've discussed multiple times. There are very few changes to that, or no real changes, more just alignment with what we've done in other parts I'll come back to. The preface is the first time that we discuss or where you see the changes. There are really 2 things that has been done there. The discussion in March, we got some feedback from you on direction on how to handle the 800 series. We've proposed changes to the preface to open for guidance to be so that you can allow the use of ISA for LCE on single financial statements or specific elements, accounts, or items in the financial statement. So there could be guidance to allow for that. 810 on summary financial statements. We've, as a task force, and I think the discussion we had with the board last time also say that that's would be relatively rare in the situations of an LCE, and also the 810 is a self-contained separate standard in the ISA series, so it would be more difficult to do that separately, but it's something that we can I think could come back at a later stage, but the direction is not to develop anything specific for that now. Jurisdictions could do that if they want to. So we're not addressing that within the current project. The next one in the preface goes back to a discussion we had in June last year. When we presented the main feedback on the ED, there was a discussion around the standalone nature of the standard, which we then agreed, yes, it should still be standalone. But then we also discussed the feedback showed that there was different views about, and in a way, they got the sense that your inability to refer to the ISAs for additional guidance. We did discuss this issue, as I said, in June last year. We then also discussed that in ISA 3000 paragraph A22, something similar concept has been developed, and the drafting that we have included in the preface this time is more or less exactly the wording we did discuss in June. So it's not really that it's new changes, it's something that we have aired with you a little bit before. Going to the authority, as I said, there isn't really too much changes there. I think we all the way said that we will look to align to the final IAASB code, which we've now done. The other part that's there is around service organization. One of the feedbacks on the ED was also, if you remember, internal audit and use of service organization reports. We have not included the content for in the standard itself. So we will come back to some of this in part 7 later today. But the text that you see around service organization is then to better describe what is the relation to the report, what can you cannot use it for. So it's trying to reflect the changes that we have done in part 7. I think that's the intro that I wanted to do to the preface and authority. And if we flip to the next slide, I think I can hand back then to Tom for the board's views on the revisions presented on the preface and the authority.
Thank you, Kai. So preface and authority. Isabel.
Yes, thank you. I've always been a strong supporter of this project from day one. And we have also helped by hosting 3 roundtables in Paris on the topic of LCE. But no, I'm really sorry, and the task force is aware. I have a fatal flaw on this standard. And this is due to one sentence. This is one of the sentences Kai was referring to. It's P1B, the last sentence. So ISA may, however, provide additional guidance in relation to an audit performed in accordance with the ISA for LCE. Many things can provide guidance. Guides published by national standard setters can provide guidance. Firm manual can provide guidance. And of course, ISA can provide guidance. But here we are hooking the ISA to ISA for LCE. And to me, we are not in compliance with the project proposal that we approved, because the title of our project proposal was developing a separate standard for audit of LCE. And now we connect the ISA with ISA for LCE. So ISA for LCE is not separated anymore. What's the consequence of that? It's creating a kind of expectation that the auditor will know the ISA, have an in-depth knowledge of the thousands page of ISA to find its way and find the guidance they need. And also, it creates an uncertainty. It opens the door to the full set of ISA. And we know that in some situation, in litigation or inspection, it will be always easy to tell to the auditor, but you should have looked at in the ISA and you would have discovered that this guidance or this requirement was relevant to your situation and you could have used it. So it creates a lot of uncertainty on what has to be done in an ISA for LCE. So for that reason, I have a fatal flaw and I try to see how we could better draft this last sentence of P1B. I don't think there's any nice and quick fix, and the only option for me would be to delete it.
Let's pause on this point because I think we have to give guidance to the team on this. Anyone else want to talk about this sentence, this paragraph? So could we put your cards down if you have other comments? If you want to come in on this exact sentence, leave your tents up. Okay, Josephine?
Thank you very much. And yes, I completely support Isabel's point here. It is hooking the standard now to ICES, and for all the reasons Isabel set out, that causes me concern as well. My solution was also just to delete it. If somebody wants to pop to the ICES to use them as guidance, then they're not prohibited from doing so. And I don't think we need to make a statement about that in the actual standard. Thank you.
Okay, Bill?
I totally agree with Isabel and Josephine.
Is everyone with their tent up going to agree with Isabel? Okay. No. Wendy?
I was really happy with the changes in the preface for this.
We're just talking about this one sentence though,
right? And I thought we could change that second sentence to make it clear what it meant. But I was going to bring up that I did hear dissenting in my reference group that people did not like the sentence as constructed.
So what's your alternative?
That it's not required, but also that it is not required, but you may. And then also Isabel's point about there are other things you might refer to. So maybe you make it more generic, or there's a place to put it in supplemental or other material.
Diane?
My first position is to strike it. However, the only other word that I could come up with, it could be used as a reference. So reference doesn't necessarily imply to me the same words as guidance. Guidance is what kind of rubbed me the wrong way. So my first, again, preference would be to strike it. If you have to live with a word and people really felt they needed it, the only other thing I could come up with was it could be used as a reference.
Frankly, I hear the sentiment in this room is to strike it. I think it's the only clean way to deal with it. Isabel, personally, I find your argument is persuasive. There's a lot of material in the world, and why are we not citing that other material? And the risk is because ICES are ours, we're given some hierarchy to that relative to other material. Kai, from a task force perspective, is it objectionable to you to strike that second sentence?
No, I think we can live with that change. I think, as I said, originally this was based on discussion we did June last year and the direction on that. So we haven't done any new plundering around it. So, but it was trying to respond maybe to something that was also in the EM. I think deletion from the standard is okay. And then we could maybe outside of the standard itself describe the relationship to the ISOs and other material.
Okay. One issue resolved. Okay, everyone who wants to come in, you could re-raise your tent. Josephine, were you coming in on other points? Okay.
Thank you. Just a couple of points on this. On the introduction of special purpose financial statements referencing, again, this is a standalone standard. I'm not sure necessarily people will understand what that is. I feel you need a bit more context, and there is wording, and I can send that along. But essentially, I've just borrowed a little bit from the standards, the ISAs. And then in terms of P7, there were some changes here. And I think just to, cusp it maybe, or just make it easier to read, but now we've lost two aspects. There's two aspects to cover in respect of law and regulation. One is that law and regulation might actually, the framework might be established in the law or regulation, or law and regulation may establish other applicable criteria you have to take into account. And I think, unfortunately, the changes here have kind of squished that, and now it's not clear what we mean. So perhaps if the task force could have another look at that. So you're not missing the fact that it could be both, or one or the other, yeah? And then, and we're going up to part A as well. In the part A, the content of the part, and I know we always seem to have this problem with the word including, but I think where you've got the, not the first sentence, but you're coming into the, I think the third sentence, you're saying which are designated into 3 categories, including, I think you need to be really specific in this instance of what you mean, because there are only 3 categories, right? We're not, so you might need to reword that. And it's primarily because we have this issue in our standards with including means just this, or it sometimes means this and other. And then just checking down, apologies. And I think that was it, but I'll just double check. Bear with me. Yeah, that was it for those 2 parts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the task force. I think we're really moving along well. In my outreach, though, there were really 2 significant comments that came up during the discussions about the preface and the authority. First one relates to service organizations. In the environment that my stakeholders are dealing with, even the smallest organizations today are using technology to conduct their business. And there is more of a proliferation of service organization reports that they are using in their practices. And so their concern is that this standard is not really fit for purpose if it does not allow for the auditor to use type 1 and type 2 reports. First of all, they think it's a more efficient way of doing the audit, which is part of our objectives, is sort of doing an efficient, high quality audit. Secondly, the actual material that's been provided in 7.4.26 suggests that the auditor of the LCE might use another auditor to perform the procedures at the service organization instead of getting a type 1 or type 2 report. And it seems to be an inefficient way of getting the audit evidence that is required. So the first point really was around service organizations and a disappointment that they are being excluded from the standard. Recognize that that might require adding more material to the standard, but we think it, from a going forward basis, it makes sense to have that material given the direction that the world is moving. The second one point that's a significant point I wanted to raise is really about the summary financial statements. In Canada, it's definitely not rare for summary financial statements to be prepared by smaller entities, particularly in the not-for-profit world, where charitable organizations and even some small government organizations do prepare summary financial statements as part of their fundraising efforts and so forth. And so the logical solution to that, I would have thought, would have been a conforming amendment to 810 to reference the audit of LCEs in that 810, so that 810 could be used by the auditor of an LCE. And I'm not entirely clear why that was not considered, but I assume it's got something to do with the need for exposure and as part of due process. I'm not sure, but that would have seemed to have been the logical thing to allow for the use of the audit for LCEs in the context of a summary financial statement. If that is not a viable position, then my stakeholders would have preferred to have something in the standard itself dealing with that. So those are my two comments on the preface and authority. Thank you.
Okay. Wendy?
So I have the same comment in the authority related to the SOC reporting. Suggest deleting the reference to an auditor of a typical LCE would ordinarily not need to rely on such a report. But I think the intent here, because I read this quite as it was written, the intent here was not allow the auditor to use the SOC report for an understanding. And I think Eric's point is slightly different. But I think there needs to be some cleanup there to not preclude to imply that there is no use of a SOC report. And it seems to be inconsistent with what's later in part 6. So that's one comment there. And then I'm not sure if there's a misalignment in the application. This is in A3, the application of financial reporting frameworks and accounting estimates. And I think if I read it right in the issues paper, there actually is some, there has been some additions to address complex estimates. So this seems to contradict the additions that were made in the standard based on the feedback and what's in the issues paper. And those are my 2 points in the authority.
Bill?
Sorry, I'm being beaten to the bell here, but again, I agree with both Eric and Wendy on the type 1, type 2 reports. Is it the intent to scope out engagements? Because that would scope out a lot of engagements in Australia that probably don't need to be. So again, in agreement.
We should, again, this is another topic we're going to need a pause on here. Is anyone else coming in on this specific point? Diane?
Yeah, I was confused. And so my brain is fairly simple. So my first gate is if the company uses a service organization, are they in or they out? Then the second gate would be if they're still alive and they can use LCE, then the question is, does the auditor need to rely on a SOC 1? And to Wendy's point, are you relying on it for audit evidence? Are you referencing it to understand processes? That's where I started to get all squirrely. So I think the first question that was unclear to me is if the organization relies on a service organization, which to everybody's point, a lot of these people would just for payroll, it would seem like that's a pretty onerous, and maybe that wasn't the intent. So I apologize. If they survive through that gate, then the question gets to be, to what extent does the SOC 1 influence, is that a deciding factor? So we just need a little help understanding that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on this? Sue, you raise your 10.
Yeah, and similar to others, and I have the payroll example as well, so I would support looking at it.
Kai?
Yeah, I think to come in to clarify here, to Diane's question, yes, they could pass through the first gate. And to Wendy's point, that's the way it was intended to be, but the wording may not be great to reflect that. That was also one of the points we did hear from on the reference group. So we have been thinking a little bit about the wording here because it may not be that clear, as you all say, where the line goes. So you could look at them to get an understanding, but in order to rely, and that's where some of the difficulties come in. What does rely mean? And that's kind of the tricky part here. But we can look at the wording there, but the intent, yes, you could pass through the first gate. A lot of the LCDs use service organizations, so we don't want to exclude them, but to what extent they are in. So.
Thank you, Tom. On this particular point, I think I'm firmly with the task force. Indeed, LCEs will often use a service organization, but it's a different thing for the auditor to rely, in the sense of we're going to rely on those controls, because the consequence is there needs to be a fair bit of controls at the entity itself, and that's what typical LCEs don't have. So the approach that the task force has taken is you just audit it substantively. And that is the appropriate approach in my view. And so I'm fully behind the task force. I do think clarification that report may be useful for your understanding, because then you know what to test, would be helpful, but I'm with you on the path.
You get a nod on that. So clarification. Okay, Eric.
And I've heard that argument with, in the discussion with my stakeholders as well. And really what they're saying is that that's not always possible for the auditor at the LCE to get all the evidence they need through the entity's processes and controls. But that information is available through a type 1 report at the service org. But our understanding is that the auditor would not be allowed to use that audit evidence. They'd have to, under 7.4.26, get somebody to go into the service organization and do the work. And that doesn't seem to be a pragmatic solution. So that was the concern that was raised.
Okay. I think, Eric, your concerns noted, but I also sense that people are more aligned with the task force thinking, with the clarification, sort of how Kai and Ado articulated. Am I wrong here? Is that your read, Kai?
Yeah, I think what we hear is that we can update the wording to reflect the intent, and that the board seems to be mostly in agreement with that based on the nods. So unless anyone screams, that's the direction we think we'll go here.
I hope no one screams, but though I did want to say that the Viking looked a lot more robust in the latest animate, drawing more color to the uniform and everything. Any other questions on the preface, comments on preface and authority, Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I just had a few minor ones. So the little blue box above P14 in the preface, it suggests that the requirements that are applicable here are in a box. The problem is there's other stuff in a box. So you might just want to clarify that. It suggests it's the only stuff in a box, but I think in the different sections there's other boxes with other material. P17, just the first sentence in P17 sounded odd to me. The applicable financial reporting framework in a public sector entity. I think it's probably used by a public sector entity. And I had the service level, and then just on your little table, which is describing, so this is on page 11, the little box, the last one, the application of the financial reporting framework, you refer to few accounts or disclosures in the financial statements. Elsewhere in here, we talk about account balances rather than accounts. So again, it's just a minor, so that's on page 11, the last little description. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Kai?
Thank you for the feedback here. We will look at your suggestions on the wording, Josephine, as you promised to send through. We will also look at the content box, the word including. I think we've now have agreement on both P1P and service organization. We'll also, as you said, look at the wording around the 805. The question that remains that we have had at least or one comment on is around 810 and whether there is appetite in the board to do something more on that.
Billy?
Thank you, Tom. I do think we just need to lock down the direction on ISA 810 or how we address it in this standard. I do agree with Eric's point that the only way to address it is by a conforming amendment to 810, because 810 is a self-contained standard. You only apply 810 based on the audit work that was done currently in terms of the ISAs or in terms of the ISA for LCE. The task force has articulated where they landed in the issues paper, but I think we just need clear direction. Are we happy with the position in the issues paper, or are we going to pursue the alternative?
Josephine?
No, I'm just responding, sorry, Billy, to conforming amendment to 810 with a reference back and to use that standard for ISAs for LCEs. If you read through those standards, it might be an offline conversation. It's very clear you then use all the other ISAs. You have to take all of those into account as well. So it is part of that suite of standards. So you can't just tag on a conforming to that. It would unravel everything that we're trying to do here, which is make sure this is a standalone standard, in my view. So, no, it's a technical issue, and the technicality I understand, but it's a very important one. So I just think tread very carefully before we go down that route.
Anyone else on that point? Could I read by silence that people would be very wary of opening up 810? Strenuous nodding up and down noted amongst many people here. I think that's your guidance on that, is not to pursue it.
Yeah, so we take that as direction that you agree with the direction from the task force, saying that we will not deal with it in the standard now.
Yes.
Should we move forward?
Yeah, thank you for comments on the preface and authority. Happy to see that we are not stuck on the authority again, as we've been there in the mud a little bit a few times. So we moved on, and then we can go to the next slide on part 1, and then I'll hand over to Amy.
Thanks, Kai. So part 1, this is our part on fundamental concepts, general principles and overarching requirements. So really setting the scene for the requirements that are in the rest of the parts. In terms of feedback that we heard on this part, it was overall positive. We didn't get many comments on the specific content in this part. The biggest theme was around section 1.2. We have a requirement to comply with relevant ethical requirements, and respondents' questions which requirements were being referred to. So for clarity, we added some EM to explain that it would ordinarily compromise the provisions of the IAASB code, and we included some fundamental provisions into the EM there. We also received some suggestions around presentation more generally, including relating to communication requirements and some one-off comments on specific requirements or EM. So we made some other smaller revisions in this part to align some wording with the ISAs where it's relevant, to remove some repetition and just to make the structure and the ordering clearer within this part, but nothing too significant happening in part 1. So that was all I was going to say on part 1. So we could move to the next slide. We could move to the next slide. We're just going to open up for questions, feedback on part 1, so comments from the board on part 1. So I'll hand over to you, Tom.
Trying to figure out what the significance of the tie is on the as an image. Okay, part 1. Ada.
Thank you. Not much, but something that I feel fairly strongly about. In the EM under fraud in 1.5, a sentence was taken out with the explanation that it's already in 131. In connection with fraud, I think it is important to keep it here, because the implication of not keeping it here may even put too much emphasis on the sentence that follows, which is the and that's exactly what we try to circumvent in Julie standard, to have the emphasis sitting on the responsibilities rather than that it's difficult. So I would strongly suggest to reinsert that sentence.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Hi there. I had 2 comments. One deals with 1.5.2, and this is the situation where we may have some questions as to whether auditor can continue, and we've got a phrase in the middle. It says determine the legal and professional responsibilities, and it struck us as a bit vague, and that perhaps it could be a little bit tighter. And in the original genesis, I think, of this is coming from ISA 240, paragraph 39, the A, B, and the C. And so you may just want to take a peek back to those and see if we're as crisp as we want to be, including, if we have a situation, a communication situation when we decide to withdraw. So maybe just go back and look at ISA 240, paragraph 39, and see if we want to bring that into 1.5.2. The second one also deals with fraud, and it is going to be down in the 188. And this is the question, subject that comes up is when we're going to now discuss with those charged with governance that we think there could be fraud involving management. But what we don't do is tell the auditor what to do if we think it's actually management who's done the deed. And so again, a suggestion maybe to go back to ISA 250 and look at paragraph 24. And that might offer some guidance as to what to do when we think we've got an issue actually with the governance, or if management is the same as those charged with governance. So again, just some tightening up in those situations. Thank you.
Okay, Josephine.
Thank you. I just have one point to raise on this, but I would also like to offer my support for comments made by Diane and Ado. In terms of 1.8.3, I think you have an internal contradiction here. There's in the italic wording right at the bottom of that paragraph where it says the standard requires that you exercise professional judgment to determine the appropriate form of communication. But I think, unless I've got it wrong, that 8.8.2f says if the auditor's professional judgment oral communications would not be adequate, this communication shall be in writing. So it does feel like it matches, but it also feels like it's contradicting itself. So it says, go back then to your professional judgment and again to your professional judgment. So just if you wouldn't mind having a look at that. Thank you.
Kai.
Thanks, Tom. I have two comments relating to paragraph 1.4. That's fundamental concepts. My first comment is I just suggest deleting the third sentence of paragraph 1.4.1 because I believe that even if a requirement for a procedure is relevant and effective, if the auditor has performed alternative procedures that are effective in meeting the aim of the required procedure, this should be permitted. That has been my first comment. And my second comment also relates to the same paragraph. There's one major criticism by SMPs is the fact that some audit oversight authorities and audit regulators often ask auditors to justify and then document why auditors have regarded certain requirements as not being relevant, even though the ISS do not require such justification. To combat this tendency among audit oversight authorities and audit regulators, for example, the German SE standards augment the requirement in paragraph 1.4.1 with a negative requirement that states the auditor need not justify why a requirement is not relevant in the circumstances unless significant professional judgment is required to determine the lack of relevance. I believe that adding such guidance would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Sue?
Thanks. So my comment is on section 1.8 around communications with those charged with governance. And without wishing to preempt our discussion tomorrow, if 16A in 260 is approved, then you probably need to look at whether that that communication of the relevant ethics requirements is needed to be included here as well.
Greg.
Thanks, Tom. I just wondered, in the light of yesterday's discussion, whether the last, so I'm in 1.4.6, the last paragraph. So this is about using past knowledge in professional skepticism of the honesty, integrity of the organisation, etc. So I'm thinking maybe we should be silent about that here, but it depends on the track of this project versus the fraud project. But it would appear that we're saying something here that we are not saying when we're talking about professional skepticism and fraud.
that final paragraph. Anyone else? I have to say that I have a couple comments here to myself, that total agreement about maybe reinserting that sentence in the EEM on fraud. I worry about the message it sends, the deletion, even though I could somehow get to the point of why we would do it. I also, going back to a discussion yesterday, I find it strange that we have no requirement under the firm level quality management when we had a discussion yesterday of not having application material not tied to requirements. And a solution could be is doing what we did in ISSA 5000, paragraph 28 on requirements, saying that a firm, and I'll get to the precise language in it, but saying that the firm needs to comply with a system of quality management. And then you'd have an actual requirement there to tie the EEM to. I talked about that with the staff in the pre-briefing, but I think it's a solution that may be available to you. I think the exact words are, if I could get now, I have to open up two things. The engagement leader shall be a member of a firm that applies the ISQMs or other professional requirements or requirements in law or regulation that are at least as demanding as the ISQMs. I think something to that like would resolve that issue. Kai, I turn it back to you to respond.
Okay. There was quite a few different comments, so I'll comment on a couple of them, and then maybe Kai, if you've got anything else you want to say. I think we're fine, first of all, with the sentence about fraud in the EEM, just to add it back. It wasn't the intention to downplay it or anything like that, so we can add that back in. Josephine, I think your comment on 1.8.3, we'd originally had some wording about and certain matters are required to be communicated in writing as identified throughout the other parts, so where we specifically say that things should be in writing in other requirements. So we can look at kind of clarifying that and going back to make that clearer, because it wasn't the intention to have an inconsistency there. One point, I'll touch on your point, Kaive, on 1.4.2. We did discuss, we have heard that comment around being more, I guess, stronger on adding something to be stronger, to say you don't have to justify why something isn't relevant. And we looked into what was in the ISAs, and we decided we didn't want to be kind of more strict or in conflict basically with what was in the ISAs. We understand, I think we talked about it in our previous session, we understand that it is something that comes up regularly. We did add a requirement into 2.5.4, which does at least say that the documentation requirement is only required when it's relevant. So it's not quite as far as what you're suggesting, but it does, we were hoping it would try and address it, and that's at least consistent with what's in the ISAs. So we're trying to kind of address it that way, rather than have wording that was completely different around documentation. And I think, Diane, and then we'll go away and look at your points. Thanks for the comment around 240. And Sue as well. So I think we can take those away, unless, Kai, you had anything specific you wanted to say there.
No, I think the only thing is that Sue comments also in a way preempts the discussion that we will have in September based on how do we maintain and update the standard going forward based on changes in the other ISAs. So we have based it on extant standards. So some of the direction that we're hearing now is eager to move ahead of the ISAs in a way, but we'll look at those changes, see what we can do now.
Yeah, I think then we can move to the next slide. So we're moving on to parts 2 to 6 here, because these are all parts that you already saw last time and have inputted on. I'll just touch on the biggest revisions here, but of course we can provide some more context on any specifics when we get into the discussions if needed. So probably the first thing to say is across these parts, we've done some enhancements to the EEM and where relevant, some requirements for flow and readability, and where relevant, aligning specific wording to the ISAs where there's something that's similar, but there might have just been a small inconsistency. We also, based on the board direction in March, moved some requirements that were only applicable when there was more than one member of the engagement team into boxes, similar to what we presented in part 3, but we've done that in other sections as well now, other parts. The biggest change in part 4 was around, based on our March discussion, we reversed the previously proposed change on the audit engagement letter. So we reversed that so that now the letter will just explicitly state what standard has been used. Part 5, the biggest change, which is planning, biggest change to this section was around the EEM to materiality, on materiality. So in March, there was some concern that we were picking up some of the application material from ISA 320, perhaps without some context, and also that the EEM regarding example percentages, we had that 5% that was in, may not be appropriate for LCEs. And so it might actually be better just to be silent in the standard rather than have that example in. So we did some kind of changes in there and also some ordering and added some subheadings just to make it easier to read. And lastly, part 6. So we did do some further clarifying of paragraph 6.3.9, and that's around the entity's process to prepare financial statements. So we took on the comments from the board from March that, concerns that some parts of the cycle might not be seen to be picked up. So we aligned the requirement a little bit more with the ISA equivalent and added some EEM just to try and explain the things that would be considered when you're doing this, so things around data and information processes. So just try to do some more clarification there. And finally, we also clarified our requirements relating to service organisations. So 6.3.12b. So we dug deep into ISA 402 and made some more relevant kind of revisions to align further with 402. So making it clear what you need to understand when relevant and pulling some of the wording that was in there to better align. And also we made various kind of smaller changes in this section, responding to some minor technical points and suggestions, which we can talk about if anybody wants to me to clarify anything as we get into it. So they were the big changes from part 2 to part 6. So if we move on to the next slide, we can open up for feedback. The way that we did it in the issues paper, we grouped 2, 3, and 4 together. Tom, I don't know whether you want to kind of keep it as a group or whether you want to separate it out. I guess it depends how many comments we get.
Let's go as a group, 2, 3, and 4 first, and then we'll do 5 and 6. Eric, and then Josephine.
Just a minor point on the documentation paragraph 3.3.1. That section deals more than with just relevant ethical requirements. It also deals with quality management. So we just wondered whether the requirement in 3.3.1 should be expanded just to be consistent with the whole of the section. Thanks.
Justin.
In part 2, I've got a couple of suggestions to take something out. So I'll just send those along. No, it doesn't sound like me at all, does it? So then in part 3, very supportive of aligning 3.2.10, 220. Thank you for that. I'm going to come back to this because I still think it's important. So it's not I'm refusing to let it go, but I need to understand the task force decision here. So in 3.2.13a, We have this particular requirement as only a situation where there are members of the engagement team. But perhaps, I don't know if I articulated at the last meeting, but you are, even if you're an individual performing the work, you still have the firm behind you. You may even have experts potentially, and you will have conversations with the firm. You might even have to actually consult with people in the firm on technical matters. You have to think about the acceptance and continuance process, which of course starts starts with the firm. So there are going to be documentation that are significant matters or judgments that others have been involved in developing for you, potentially. But, you know, maybe I'm confusing potentially the engagement team's matters judgments and those that may occur at the firm to support the engagement team. So I just felt slightly uncomfortable that we were only boxing that the only time you'll review documentation on significant matters would be if you were in a team. And so I just wanted, if you don't mind, for the task force to explain the rationale to me on that, and then I'll probably be fine. And then there's just a couple of editorials in part 4, but that's it. Thank you.
Since that's a clarification point, do you does the task force want to take that point now?
Yeah, happy to explain why the task force did consider your comment, Josephine, and the reason why we in the discussion we noticed quite a subtle point, and then like if someone picks it up, it's not directly picking up on that, because it's like if you just don't have the background that's in the, for example, in the ISAs, this more looks like the engagement partners reviewing their own work. They should review their own work. So that's why we, in the end, as a task force, decided not to include this, or not to change it out, take it out of the box. But like we, of course, can deliberate that again.
I guess I'm just concerned that maybe, and I may have got this wrong, so I'd be happy to hear from other board members on this. Maybe I'm just worrying too much about it, but I feel that if there was an interaction with someone in the firm and it was an important point that would be a significant judgment, significant matter, because it's not required unless you've got an engagement team, does that mean they don't have to review that documentation? Because that's still part of audit documentation. So that's my concern with that.
Okay. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And my only comment in 2 to 4 is in part 3, and it's related to quality management. And I was concerned that the requirements in this section might be less than what's in ISRE 2400. And I do see, so, and I had a specific recommendation following prior to the requirement in paragraph 3.2.1 about the engagement partner shall have the competence. It is implied throughout. There's plenty mentions, but this is the QM section. So, and the comparison I was doing was to ISRE 2400. So I was recommending just taking a look to make sure we don't have anything less in the LCE audit than we would have for a review. Thank you.
Okay. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. My comment, just one comment on 4.3.1b, the strikeout of those charged with governance. I was just trying to remember why we've done that, because it's where appropriate.
Okay.
Are we doing 5 and 6 now too?
Nope.
Okay.
So.
So I have a comment on 3.2.10, which Josephine likes. But there's a reference in there to network and network firms, and my understanding was that we'd scoped networks out of this standard. So I may have got that wrong, but perhaps you can take a look at that. And the other comment I have is in relation to the boxing of the knowing of the engagement team piece. I've got a couple of examples where I think they probably need to go into boxes, so I'll send those through. Thanks.
Thanks, Sue. Greg? Okay. Okay, I think that's the round of comments on 2, 3, and 4. Does the team want to respond to anything?
So for 3.2.13a, we might be able to, take it away and see if there's anything we could do around the kind of the other documentation. So what essentially would be covered under your example, Josephine, rather than taking the box and potentially causing confusion that the engagement partner has to review their own work. So I think we could probably do something just to make it clearer there, so we can take that away. And then I don't think that I had the point about looking at ISRA 2400. We did start with the ISAs as our base, so we can go away and look. It would seem odd that there would be something in that standard that isn't in the ISAs. So we can dig into that a little bit to understand why maybe that's there, because it's not intended to be less onerous. They were the bigger points that I had. Kai, is there anything you wanted to raise?
No, I think the other ones we'll look at and see how we can address. And I think you addressed them also. Thanks.
Philly?
Sue, I just wanted to understand your comment about networks. Because, and I think that was on 3.2.10, because I don't think the intention was to scope out networks. So we're saying a firm, doesn't matter if it's a firm on its own or in the network, if you perform an audit of an LCE, you would still be able to use the standard, and therefore you may still have a need to connect to the quality management aspects within the firm or the network.
And I think so. I mean, you probably got all the back record, but I think when we were talking about it's not a case of being scoped out, but I think the assumption was that the firm wouldn't be part of a network, because you are talking about well, that was my recollection. If that's incorrect, that's fine. But this is the only reference to networks in the whole piece, and I accept what you say about it being, that may be available, but I think given that we've the priority now is essentially looking at something where there may not even be staff on the assignment. It seems a little bit incongruous to then have a reference to a network's quality management system.
Okay, now let's have a look at it.
Yeah, I didn't think that it had the standards applicability related to the firm at all, but it was related to the entity itself that's being audited.
And sorry, and I think it wasn't to do with the standards applicability. I think it was when we were initially sort of thinking about what this might look like. It was one of those kind of underlying assumptions rather than a requirement.
And I think, in a typical LCE, they may not be in a network, but I think there is a possibility that they could. So I think it would be difficult to remove it because there could be circumstances.
Assumption there's going to be a lot of circumstances that a network firm is going to do an LCE audit.
Well, that was the point I was going to make as well. And by excluding networks, you're creating a different market segment of auditors to do these engagements, and the rest couldn't.
The whole construct from the beginning has been, the reason we chose LCE as a contract is that it's the entity being audited that will drive the applicability of the firm. So look, if we could add clarification around this to avoid confusion, great, but I don't think that's the intent of the use of the network terminology here. All right, anything else on parts 2, 3, and 4? Should we go to parts 5 and 6 now? Greg?
Thanks, Tom. So just a small one on the very last box in 5, so 5.5.4a. It's just a very generic little statement at the moment. And I just thought we could add a little bit just to explain what we're expecting there. What are we referring to? Any discussion? All discussion? I wasn't sure. And then in 6, just under 6.2.3. So 6.2.3a refers to fraud or error. And then the blue box underneath it has a nice description about fraud, but nothing about error. And it seems to me that we should say something about error in the LCE environment. You know, the controls generally, you're going to have smaller entities, generally smaller controls, lack of segregation of duties, etc., which might lead to error as well as fraud. So I don't mind the fraud stuff, but actually we need to balance it with error, I think. And then just one last comment. On 6.8.1, where we're setting out the I guess the audit documentation, the areas, I was surprised that we didn't have going concern there. I would have thought there'd be a requirement to document. It's quite a key thing, isn't it? So there might be a reason why it's not in that list, but I would have thought you'd want to have a requirement around going concern.
Okay, thank you. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I have one brief comment referring to 5.3.1. I believe that the text from the paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 from ISA 320 needs to be taken up as EEM, because this text forms the basis for all materiality decisions and describes materiality in the context of user needs. That's my first comment. Then I have a second comment referring to 6.41. Give me a second. Second. Yeah. Second comment refers to 6.41. The EEM in the third paragraph after 6.4.1 effectively precludes a combined identification and assessment of risk of material misstatement. I suggest that the task force draw on the draft of ISSA 5000, which managed to avoid a separate identification and assessment of risk. I also know that the table in the appendix still requires a separate identification of risk of material misstatement. Thanks, that's all.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And you know, it occurs to me, I didn't do the kind remarks in the very beginning to say congratulations to you, Kai, and your task force for a really good job. Sorry, Edo. And then 6.2.1, and this might be a repeat comment, but I think we need a requirement after 6.2.1 before the blue box, that the auditor shall design and perform procedures in a manner that is not biased towards obtaining audit evidence that may be corroborative or towards excluding audit evidence that may be contradictory. Might sound familiar, but I think it does need to be a requirement. Thank you.
I wanted to thank Edo for his good humor around that last remark. and congratulate him for his hard work on it. Edo.
Yeah, you may have noticed that I didn't thank the task force either, and I'm going to stick to it going forward. So I'll appreciate everybody's effort going forward by this statement, and we'll take it as read. So in the context of part 5, Kai and Amy. So we had a discussion last time in respect of the percentages and then sort of indicative for materiality thresholds. And I appreciate, and you've taken it out, but I wonder whether you've taken out too much. Because I would have thought that you would have taken out just the sentence that deals with the percentages, but a sentence that says there's a relationship between the percentage and chosen benchmark such that the percentage applied to profit before tax, etc. That first sentence, I think, is still relevant and provides, well, I think that is proper EEM that should be part of this, and just delete the sentence that the percentages have in it. Thank you.
Okay. Eric?
Thank you, Tom. So yes, on that same paragraph we just discussed, 5.3.1, there's a good discussion about materiality for profit-oriented entities. Just wondered if there was any examples you could add to help those who are auditing not-for-profit entities, and some of those factors may not be relevant to not-for-profit entities. In part 6, particularly 6.2.2, where it's dealing with analytical procedures, you know, we hear in practice that performing preliminary analytical procedures at the start of the audit is often a bit of a waste of time, because until the adjustments are fully processed, it's hard to do a meaningful analysis in accordance with the requirements. And we've also heard that there's a bit of there can be some confusion about the distinction between analytical procedures performed as risk assessment procedures and those performed as procedures throughout the audit. So we're wondering if the EEM could just perhaps, supporting 6.2.2, could perhaps expand on those 2 points a little bit, explaining that when the analytical procedures may be performed, you know, that would be very helpful. The last point I'd like to make is on 6.3.15, which is talking about the use of commercial accounting packages. And there's some really good material, obviously, in 315 and Appendix 5 around commercial accounting packages. And so the scalability considerations when you've got those packages, and wondered whether there was a way to reflect some of that really useful guidance here in that paragraph. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add my support to Kai's point about ISO 320. In terms of it's my favorite, 6.3.9. And last time we spoke about that, I was concerned that we were moving away from our COSO principles and not using appropriate headings. But actually, I can understand why you feel it may not be necessary, but now that we've introduced groups, and of course we've had a bit of a timing issue because we had that discussion we had the discussion about this before we had the discussion about groups. You've now got a bit of a situation where you will have communication from the entity to its subsidiaries or other divisions and so forth. So now I think we're actually missing that connection. So, and in that piece of 315, information and communication, the auditor is required to, have an understanding of how that information, how that communication flows, both, not just the, the processing of financial information, but the communications between the different parties. And if you go into section 10, I know we're not talking about it, or the group audit section, there's nothing there that brings in that that lens, that group lens, which you would now need. So in fact, in some ways, it makes an even stronger argument to just use the language that we use in 315. And also, though, on top of that, we do need to think about that second piece, that communication piece, and whether there is something actually we need now, because otherwise there's nothing in the standard that has that connection between the, the group entity and its subsidiaries, etc. As far, if I've missed it, I apologize, but I couldn't find anything. And then I just wanted to say that I actually quite like what you've done in 6.312B. I know we talked about it earlier, but it was in this section, so I wanted to raise that. And then I just have, this is where I misprinted papers, but it's not very sustainable. 6.5.A, there's a little addition there at the end, and transition to using ISAs or other standard as appropriate. It sort of made me wonder, well, what are you thinking here? And maybe it's something you just need to explain to me. So are you thinking that maybe it would be to a review, or are we now in this, and is that right in the circumstance, and so forth? And it gets quite complicated. So I thought, just to avoid it becoming extra complicated, I think you could just stop it and transition to using the ISAs and keep it clean. Otherwise, I think you then have to explain further what you mean by other standards, and then you have to explain that the practitioner the auditor has to consider whether that's appropriate in the circumstances. In terms of 6.8.1, I thought I'd raised this in March, so apologies if I didn't, but I do feel that we did some jiggery-pokery around some time, changing things, moving things, and felt that, in order to reduce repetition, we felt that certain aspects of the standard were repeated, and then we pulled things out. And in terms of audit documentation, I really feel we're missing completely the need to document the risk procedures. It's not necessarily obvious from 5.2.1, for example, that those procedures include risk procedures, and that's a really key element of documentation. Now, if the task force believe that it's not necessary in LCE audit to document risk procedures, I'd like to understand that and why. But otherwise, I do think you really need to include that and be more specific about that in the documentation requirements. And that's all I have on 5 and 6. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that's the comments we have on 5 and 6.
Okay, I'll try and address the main ones. So maybe I'll start with Greg, your comment on EEM related to fraud or error, because we did look at that originally when we were looking at part 6. This is in part 6. And the reason why we didn't put the EEM describing error in that box is because we have it later on. So we felt it fitted better when we actually went in and started talking more about the controls and the understanding that's needed around the control environment, and later on in part 6. So I know it looks a little strange because we have fraud or error and then we don't specifically mention error there. It was because we felt it fitted better, and otherwise we'd have some repetition. And we'll look at your other 2 points on documentation around going concern and the engagement team discussion. I think that's how it's described in the ISA, but it was originally kind of put with something else, and maybe it looks a bit strange now just saying documentation on the engagement team discussion, because it's not clear which one. So we can look and see if there's any clarifying edits to do with there. Another point maybe wanted to address the 6.4.1, Kai, Uwe, your comment. I think, we do take on board the combination of identification and assessment, and we just, we've decided to bring it together within the requirement, but to not have it be a combined, there will still be a separate activity of, you have to identify and do your assessment. And so that's why we kept it separate. So I think we've talked about that a couple of times in the board. So we're not proposing to make any more changes there, which does mean that they are described as separate activities in the EEM. What else was I going to pick up? Eric, your point around preliminary analytical procedures in 6.2.2, we did talk about this as a task force and a board previously, whether or not there would be situations where you may not actually need to do preliminary analytical procedures, because it was something we heard from respondents as well. And at the time we did get direction from the board that there should always be a requirement to do it, and that's why we added some EEM just to try and clarify, that how it might look in an LCE. So we did have that extra EEM just to say it might be as simple as looking at monthly, month on month in an LCE situation. But we can look again. I appreciate you had a couple of different points that maybe we could clarify within the EEM further, so we can take a look at that. What else was I going to pick out? Josephine, your point on information and communication within a group audit situation. Yeah, I think maybe we look at it when we talk about groups, because it may be something we could add into 10.4.1. If we decide that we do need something on it, whether or not it should be group specific or whether it should be a change that we might want to make in 6 to make it broader in part 6. So I think we'll address that in the next meeting. Your point on documentation. So we did discuss your comment, and what we did do just about documentation of planned risk procedures more generally, and we did add some EEM into 2.5. So there was some EEM in there that we were hoping would try and make it clearer that your audit evidence includes your risk identification and assessment procedures performed, your further audit procedures performed. So we've added something more generally in there, but it sounds like you want to be more specific. I don't know if any of the board have the strong feelings on if we need to have a specific documentation requirement specifically for your planned risk assessment procedures. I think that's the one that you feel is missing, Josephine, if I got that right. Yeah.
I don't know. Is there an impression, do you have an impression at the task force about the implications of that request, or does the board want the task force to explore Josephine's request? Okay, leave that with you then.
Yeah, we'll explore into that. And I think the other one around transition and transition to other standards, I think it was also then, it could be jurisdictional standards in there as well. We will look into that to see. Yeah. Because if we only say we could, yeah, we'll look into that.
Okay, anything else on port?
No, I think for the ones that said they have suggestions, very helpful if you send them through. That's makes our job easier. If you have knowing what you're thinking is easier when we see it in writing. So I think that concludes part 5 and 6.
Okay, I think we're at a point where we should break. We're going to break till 2 p.m. as scheduled. I think the PI task force is available to meet if you have some discussion and want to speak to them about the draft that was circulated. So Sue, just anywhere, or are you guys going to be in here?
I'm not sure. We may go to the small room at the back over there.
Yeah, I think the committee room at the back will be fine.
Okay. Okay, so we'll reconvene at 2 p.m. and I think we'll be able to finish the LCE document today. Okay, we should reassemble. Okay, I suggest that we start. I think we're up to part 7. Is it Edo or Jesper? Jesper, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tom. So this is the first time we are discussing part 7. Although we did discuss accounting estimates, which is a section in part 7 in March. So in general, respondents liked the requirements, how we summarized the requirements in the ISAs in part 7. There were several areas where they recommended to have further requirements and EEM, and mainly to let the standard operate as a standalone standard. They also, respondents asked for more EEM to allow for consistent interpretation and application of the requirements that are in part 7 as presented in the ED. The main area where we received comments was on audit sampling, but there were also other areas throughout. So therefore you see changes throughout this part. The other main changes are related to incorporating an element of unpredictability, substantive analytical procedures, and litigation and claims, and the accumulation of misstatements. In these areas, the task force added more guidance and requirements. But in doing so, the task forces balanced this request, also given the nature of the standard. So we were relatively critical in going through it and really make sure that it was essential to add that application material of EEM. On audit sampling, we added, that was the area where we got like most substantive comments, and that's where we added relatively a lot of new guidance, especially around designing a sample and determining sample sizes, and lastly on selecting items for testing. Otherwise, we made some changes to the structure of section 7.3, which is about the audit procedures responsive to the assessed risk of material misstatement. Here, respondents noted that it was not mirroring the ISAs, the flow in the ISAs, and also not the flow of an audit. And by making these changes, by reordering the requirements, we think that it's now mirroring the ISAs and also the flow of an audit. And in addition, we made, like as in other parts as well, we made changes to sometimes align the wording a bit more close to the ISAs, and other editorial suggestions received from respondents to the ED. So with that, Tom, can I hand it back to you?
Okay. Comments on part 7. Kai?
Thank you, Tom. I have one brief comment referring to paragraph 7.3.1. I believe that the application material in the second last sentence of paragraph A4 of ISA 330 from the conforming amendments to ISA 315 revised 2019 needs to be included in the EM to clarify that auditors need not respond to risk of material misstatement that are assessed as an acceptable low level. I think that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Eric?
Thank you. So in part 7, very appreciative in 7.2.2 over incorporating an element of unpredictability in the explanatory material. However, the feedback I got was that a lot of these elements don't really work very well in the LCE context. For example, one of the suggestions is to adjust the timing of procedures. You know, in LCE audits, a lot of the work is often done at the year end. And so that wouldn't really make much of a difference. There were some suggestions I received of some other ideas for incorporating an element of unpredictability, which might be more relevant to an audit of an LCs, and I'd be happy to share those with the group afterwards. In 7.4.8, which deals with the journal entry testing, we thought it might be helpful to practitioners if the EEM could explain that the auditor may already have tested many of the journal entries as substantive procedures already with other aspects of the audit, and therefore just to be clear on that. And the last one I'd just like to talk about is 7.6.1, which is on the communications. Just trying to get there. Sorry, just trying to get to that part of the standard. My thumb needs extra work. Yeah. Got it. So we're just a bit confused. So 7B, for example, indicates that the auditor shall communicate with management in writing and on a timely basis, and it talks about other deficiencies in internal control identified that have not been communicated but are of sufficient importance to merit management's attention. And then the EEM says the communication of other deficiencies need not be in writing, but maybe oral. So we just a bit confused about what was intended there. That's it from me. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you. I just want to ask a question about the changes you've made to 7.2.1 and well, related, of course, to 7.2.1 and 7.2.2. Now, I think that what's happening here is that you've got your overarching requirement to design and implement overall responses, both either due to fraud or error. So that's your point. And then you're thinking, well, I think the thinking here is then in 7.2.2, essentially all we're dealing with then is fraud because of the hook to being indicative of fraudulent financial reporting resulting from management's effort to manage earnings, for example. But I think that actually that whole selection application of accounting policies by the entity could be indicative of error as well. And I feel we've lost something by being precise and making it only fraud focused. And I'm not quite sure how you do that, because I kind of like the way that you've pulled this together and then you've got a good example. But I feel that we've now lost the idea that selection and application of accounting policies may very well cause error. It doesn't have to always be indicative of fraud. So I wondered if you could just have a think about that one for me. And then I really have very little on this. I've got again, like Eric, I'm just scrolling down. There was a deletion in 7.319B of or perform a suitable alternative procedure. I'm not really sure why we deleted that. I think it's obviously important because you've got it in the next sentence. So it doesn't work that it's deleted there. It's not that it's repetitive because you need it in the first sentence. So either you want to take that out and because you don't think that's actually very helpful at all in this particular environment, then it needs to come out of both sentences. And then I wondered in respect of 7.4.1, the addition there, I like that, but I wondered where we talk about owner manager's ability, whether you thought maybe we tied up with what we're doing in 570 and talk about intent and ability. Maybe it's not necessarily as relevant in an LCE environment, but it might be worth having a think about. And I do relieve. Yeah, the rest is just little editorials I can send online for you to consider. Thank you.
Okay, Diane.
Thank you. I have a couple things in here, and again, I would categorize these as they're all places where I just want to ask you to think about if we need to beef it up a little bit more. They all principally deal with some of the application guidance that we've added. So on the substantive analytical procedures, I'm a bit torn because part of me says, how often is this going to be used in these types of engagements? But I could see them using them for things like depreciation expense and so on. And I feel as if the language that we've added in the blue is nice, but it's not really telling the auditor without providing methodology how to operationalize it. And there's a comment in here about the suitability of this type of procedure will depend on the auditor's assessment of how effective it will be. But there's also something about you've done the substantive analytical and reflecting on, was it actually effective? Did it actually get you to a reasonably close to your expectation? And so I feel like there's some tee up about as you think about it, but not covering off, well, what did the results say and was it sufficient? And that's quite frankly where on any audit, we continue to have challenges about using those substantive analytics and whether we've done enough. The second comment that I have is on confirmations, which is 7.325. And I'm going to be like Eric, I feel like I'm going to be scrolling a bit. 7.325. We make a reference again here to if you don't get a response, you can do alternative procedures. But there is a little bit of a tail with that as well, because sometimes depending on the risk profile, doing alternative procedures may not be enough. And this feels a little definitive, like, oh, just go do alternative procedures and you'll be fine. But again, if you follow along some of the guidance that is in 505, it will call out that if you've got a significant risk or fraud risk, doing alternative procedures may not be enough. So maybe just rounding that out a bit so it doesn't infer that just do the alt procedures and you're done. Moving along, 7.425. Getting there. So this one, on little d, it talks about written representations and take appropriate action. I think, again, what does appropriate action mean? It's probably not as strong as what we've got in 250 about needing to obtain legal advice. So just think if that's far enough along again, or do you want to be a little bit clearer? And then we've already talked earlier about service organization. So again, just tightening up, you know, what the rules of engagement are in the framework around service organizations. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Yasmin.
Thank you for all the good suggestions. I think there's a lot of suggestions here to add a little bit more EEM, and I think it's probably best to discuss those with the task force together when we get together again. So like maybe one thing to explain, at least when I had a quick look on 7.6.1, Eric, it's like the one is on significant deficiencies in the entity's internal control system, and the communications in the EEM afterwards is on communication of other deficiencies in internal control. So I think we probably need to, like we can, yeah, there's a significant deficiency, so we can do something to make that a bit clearer. What else? Like, oh, so Eric, your suggestion, like you had a suggestion, you said on the matters for unpredictability. If you can send those through, would be really useful to have those. I think that's it where I wanted to respond to. I think you said like a lot of good suggestions on things we can add, but some of them I know we had a discussion on already with the task force as well, and decided that they were not applicable for an LCE, or would not be often the case for an LCE. We can have a look at that again.
Yeah, we'll look at it, but a lot of this comes to where do you draw the line? What are the situations you would like to include and not? And we tried to draw that line. We will look at it to see if some of this needs to go back in, but there will always be additional cases that we could pull in. So, but we'll look at this. They may be good suggestions.
Okay, should we move to the next section?
Yes, and that's part 8. Part 8 is also the first time the board sees this this part, and there was a lot of support from respondents. There weren't that many comments. The only area that we received comments was on the subsequent events, or more substantive comments was on the subsequent events section. Respondents noted here that some of the critical requirements in the ISAs were missing, and then mainly when related to when there are facts that become known to the auditor after the date of the auditor's report, but before the financial statements are issued, and facts that become known to the auditor after the financial statements are issued. So in those two situations, they thought that we should add more requirements. So we didn't include that in the exposure draft to make the standard more succinct, and also because we expected those situations not to be common for a typical LCE. Task force is still of the view that these situations are not common for a typical LCE, but added the requirements and EEM related to this, because like one of the arguments was that it's not practical to, when you in this situation with a subsequent event and the ISA for LCE doesn't provide any requirements or guidance, that you then need to maybe transition out of the ISA for LCE, and we try to avoid that, and then therefore we added these requirements and EEM. Several other things that we changed is we deleted some repetitive requirements, and we made some other clarifying revisions, such as aligning the wording more closely to the foundational ISA requirements. So with that, Tom, can I hand it over to you?
Okay, part 8 concluded. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. Just one small comment here, Jasper, recognizing that you said that there was additional put in for subsequent events, and that is it in 8.4.5a, it says the auditor shall take appropriate action to seek to prevent reliance on the auditor's report. And I felt as a standalone statement that we should probably expand on that, on what the auditor should do. Who should they notify? If the financial statements are issued without modifications that are needed to be made, what should the auditor do? I just felt take appropriate actions was probably not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks. And this is a fairly complicated comment, unfortunately. But it's dealing with written representations in where they're not reliable or not provided. And we've got guidance in 8.6.5 and 8.6.6. And then in the actual reporting section, 9.5.1 big T and 9.5.1 big U. And what's happening here is that we don't really have, so in these situations, the auditor is either issuing a qualified opinion or a disclaimer, depending on the circumstances. And the guidance that we have in 8.6.5 and 8.6.6 doesn't really help the auditor make that determination. And it seems to be because we don't have the equivalent paragraph from the ISA, which is ISA 580 paragraph 20, which gives you the conditions where you go to a disclaimer rather than a qualified. So I think you might want to look at 580 paragraph 20 to see whether that should be added into section 8 in that area. Thanks.
Thank you. Ada?
Well, Eric just made my life a lot easier. So I had the same comment. Well, we've taken out the disclaimer bit from the text, and with the reference to the table, I think you're very quickly in disclaimer. If management doesn't provide you the necessary, you're pretty much always in disclaimer when management doesn't provide you the necessary representations. And here it's sort of left in the middle. So that was my concern as well. Thank you.
Okay. Josephine?
Thank you. On Wendy's 8.4.5 big A, although the requirement to ask management not to share the auditor's report with third party potentially implied here, I do think it would be helpful to actually add that. So if you look at 560 paragraph 13b, it says that the auditor shall notify management, and unless those charge guidance, blah, 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 not to issue the financial statements to third parties before the necessary amendments have been made. So then you've got that step. Alternatively, if you don't feel that it's a step that's necessary, then perhaps it could be essential explanatory material instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane?
I've got two comments. One in the concluding section, which starts with 8.5.5. I thought perhaps we were missing that overall conclusion about that the auditor determines whether they've identified one or more control deficiencies. I do think, again, these types of entities, we might stumble across some control deficiencies. So I thought that might be meaningful to pick up some of the language from 265. And then the other comment, which is a little bit maybe even less frequent, but it could occur, deals with on the rep letter 8.6.1. One of the things that may pop up is management may have identified an adjustment to prior periods that affects the comparability of the financial statements. And again, we don't have that in there. So I just ask you to noodle on that, whether we think we should be picking that up. Again, if management's made a decision to correct a prior year number, either through prior year or through the current year, acknowledging that fact. Thanks.
Craig?
Thanks, Tom. Just one little comment, 8.9.3, and just the words on a timely basis. So this is assembling the file. I think we give guidance in the ISA world, don't we, about what on a timely basis means. And it was just a question whether we should give some guidance in here about what that means. Might be an ISQM1, maybe, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you all for the comments. I then have some of the lot of good suggestions to add things. I think, for example, for the ones on subsequent events, we try to make the requirements make changes to it for typical LSAE that would be applicable for that. And we purposely sometimes left some of the explanations out because it's it is more obvious in a simple environment what you should do, what appropriate action is, for example. Like we expect when you're a typical LCE, like it's pretty obvious what you should be doing, and therefore that all the guidance that is there in 560. So we'll go through that and have a look again at the suggestions from the board. But I think that's a more overarching balance that we're constantly, that Kai also just mentioned, that we're trying to get to. So on the point from Eric and Ado, yeah, we'll have a look at that. I think Amy, also in part 9 we made some changes there as well, that it's to clarify why we removed that disclaimer here, and then I think we added it there in a footnote.
Yeah, in the table for 9.5.1 TT, so it's one of the rows in the table. What was in paragraph 20 is that you pointed out, it only has a tick in the disclaimer column. So it's basically saying that if the circumstance happens, it would be a disclaim of opinion. So that we were trying to kind of not have repetition and just show what would be the effect on the auditor's report in the table, rather than having it in 8 as well. I don't know if that helps or not. But.
Any reaction? Eric?
Just to say, I found that table quite confusing, so I would appreciate just one more look at it. Thanks.
Okay. Want to proceed?
Yeah. Okay, we can move on to the next slide then. Maybe before I go into part 9, I realized I didn't actually thank the board members or the task force, the TAs for the comments earlier. I just jumped straight into answering them. So thank you. Even if we don't address them in the board, we do take away and discuss everything that comes up in the board. So please be aware of that. So if we go on to part 9, so you'll remember that we tried to be a little innovative here in the exposure draft in terms of how we present the reporting requirements. So using tables and using a specified form and content of report with modifications only allowed for law and regulation, rather than listing, including lists of requirements in part 9. So in terms of feedback, we did get general support for the approach taken and the content. Respondents particularly liked the tables and the ease of using the specified form and content of the auditor's report, as opposed to just having lists of requirements. They said that it was easier to use, so we did get good support in that area. There were some areas that we got some mixed views, and the biggest being whether or not we should reference to the standard we are using in the auditor's report. So if we should be required to say that the audit has been performed in accordance with ISA for LCE in the auditor's report. The task force did discuss this and definitely understood the respondents' view in this area, but based on our previous discussions with the board, including around the engagement letter and the need for regulator acceptance and acceptance from other stakeholders, we have proposed to leave it as is. So there is still a requirement to have ISA for LCE explicitly called out in the auditor's report. With regard to the specified format and content of the auditor's report, we did get some concerns raised that the allowed reasons for modification might be a bit too rigid. So we got some situations raised jurisdictional, that there may be a government body in a jurisdiction or another type of body that doesn't technically fall into law and regulation in the jurisdiction, but does have that kind of standard setting authority and would be specifying the format and presentation of the report. So we did make an edit just to allow local bodies with standard setting authority to also be able to prescribe modifications, and as well as adding some additional square brackets around things in the illustrative, in the specified format and content of the report of things that can be modified. In addition, there were some suggestions for additional requirements that were not originally included, but may be relevant to an LCE. So we've included some of those from ISA 705, as well as adding reporting requirements for requirements added in other parts, such as subsequent events that we just discussed in part 8. So they were the biggest changes, proposed revisions that we wanted to highlight in part 9. So I'll hand it back over to Tom to get your views.
Okay, part 9. Kai.
Thank you, Tom. I have 4 comments, starting with paragraph 9.4.1. The addition of or if prescribed by a relevant local body with standard setting authority is, in my view, not in line with the requirement and the underlying approach in ISA 700, paragraphs 51 and 52. Paragraph 51 does not permit departures from the ISAs. It only permits practitioners to make reference to the ISAs when the national standards require departures from the ISAs in reporting. I suggest that a separate item, like a new little b, be used to address this issue, which is not comparable to that for regularity departures. Then my second comment refers to the term all significant elements, which is in the same paragraph. It's for me unclear what does it mean. I therefore recommend that these be defined like in ISA 700 paragraph 50. Then my third comment refers to the independent auditors report. There I find the use of the footnotes to adjust requirements for the auditor's report to be overdone, and would suggest that the task force add additional paragraphs to describe such adjustments rather than footnotes. I think that would be helpful. And my last comment, give me a second. It refers to paragraph 9.5. Perhaps I missed it, but paragraph 15 of ISA 701, which precludes piecemeal opinions, does not appear to have been included in the section on modifications to the opinion. I believe that paragraph should be included. That's all from my side. Thanks.
Thank you. Sue?
Thanks. I had I appreciate we're not really talking about transition from ISAs into the standard and everything at the moment, but in the section on reporting, particularly in 9.5 .1, where you've got the table and the examples, I did wonder whether the situation where the prior report was done under ISAs would be an example that to include in a certain section if we think that that's likely to be referred to. Thanks.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. Excuse me. I just had one comment, 9.7.2a. And I just found the explanatory blue box a little odd. So we've got a requirement above which includes the word shall. Excuse me. So obviously it's a requirement, so it needs to have shall in it. But then we turn it into a may within and it really doesn't add anything anyway. So the guidance pretty much repeats but softens the requirement. So it sounded a little odd. If you could just have a look at that.
Okay. Anyone else? Am I missing someone? Back to you guys.
Just addressing the last comment on paragraph 9.7.2a.
Could you just speak a little bit into the microphone?
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me okay now? With regard to 9.7.2a and the EM underneath it, it's actually because 9.7.2a is specifically around comparative financial statements and the EM underneath is around corresponding. So they're actually two separate situations, but so it's basically saying they may also decide to if they're not prohibited. So perhaps it might need to be two requirements if you think it needs to be elevated. Okay. Okay. And then Kaive, I've noted down all of the comments. I think we'll work through them as a task force. Some of them are things that we have discussed in a bit of detail already within the task force, and we'll go back and come back with some recommendations. And then Sue, I think we'll talk more about transition, and if it ends up being an illustrative report, we'll add it in. They were the only so the example report. They were the only comments that I had noted to respond to. Kai, I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to add on part 9?
No, I think Sue's point we could come back to a little bit later because we're addressing in the later part here.
Greg, do you want to come back in?
No, I think if there's two requirements, then it'll make more sense, because at the moment, what you're describing is a guidance which doesn't link with any requirement. So, yeah.
Okay, next section.
Okay. So moving on to some other matters we wanted to talk through. So firstly, the appendices. We didn't get much feedback in this area. We did change the order to be aligned with where they're first mentioned in the proposed standards. So the ordering has changed. And then we also made some clarifying edits in appendices 2, 3, and 5, just some smaller things that are explained in the significant changes paper. And of course, there's then the new appendix based on 530, which Jasper's already covered when we discussed part 7. So they were the changes to the appendices. Regarding conforming amendments, so in the exposure draft, we included conforming amendments to the IAASB preface. We didn't get very much feedback other than regarding paragraph 5, where respondents noted it was confusing that we said that the ISAs had to be used for audits of historical financial information. And then the paragraph underneath then said that it could also, the ISA for LC could also be used on historical financial information. And basically respondents were just wondering, well, it could be saying it needed to be clarified that on audits of historical financial information, you could be using either the ISAs or the ISA for LCE. At the moment, paragraph 5 sounded very definitive that you could only use the ISAs, even though you could actually use ISA for LCE with the paragraph below. So we edited that paragraph just to try and make it clearer that it could be either. And then I also wanted to note, we know that we need to propose some conforming amendments to other parts of the handbook, such as the table and the international framework. So similar to what the sustainability team proposed yesterday with a table, we needed to add ISA for LCE. So we'll do that and bring it back in September. So that's just the other conforming amendments that we know about that we'll still need to address. So if we could move to the next slide. Just wanting to get the board's view on the conforming amendments as presented in agenda item 4D, so the preface. And if there is anything on the appendices, you could also jump in now because we haven't asked you about them yet.
Okay, so we want to do both appendices and conforming amendments. Okay, Josephine.
It's slightly linked, I suppose, in some ways to the very beginning, and Isabel setting us off on the conversation about hooking to ISAs. In a similar vein, I feel that I feel really uncomfortable with the change that we've made to paragraph 5. I think it's really important that it's clear in our authority that these are completely different pronouncements. I understand we have this rather peculiarity that it's an auditing, they're both auditing standards. But I got over that by the fact that we use the long form for ISA for LCE. So it's an international standing award for audits of financial statements of less complex entities. That's what it is. And it is a separate pronouncement. It has a completely different authority. And, it doesn't have application material and so forth. So you've heard this point from me before in respect of what 200 says with regard to ISAs. And then, of course, this standard has its own authority. By weaving it in this way, optically or otherwise, it implies that they are essentially the same thing and part of the same package. And they're just not. They are very different beasts, as it were. So from that perspective, I'd really appreciate it if the task force could have another look at the way that this is set up. The other thing we have to be slightly careful of is, and I'm not quite sure that I have a solution, but on the other international standards, it says some of those identified in X to Y above contain objectives, requirements, application, explanatory memorandum, explanatory material, sorry. I've got the sustainability standard in my head. And then when you go down, it talks about referencing them back to financial statement audits in ISA 200. So it sort of brings you back round to thinking about audits as we know them under ISAs and under the authority in ISA 200. So back to the point again, can you go back and actually make sure that these are very clearly distinguished from each other? Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on the conforming amendments and the appendices? Okay, so Josephine basically wants the standards split, and so not merged in the one sentence, so it probably could deal with it in two sentences there. Isabel.
I support Josephine's comments.
Okay, I think that's it for that section.
So I will look again at the conforming amendments. I know we were already looking at some possible wording here because we were aware of your comment up front, Josephine. So Isabel, if you have the same feeling around it, we can just do some clarifying edits because that wasn't our intention with that edit to paragraph 5. So I will pass over to Kai to talk about transitioning.
Thank you. If we then look back to the ED and the questions we had there, this is picking up some of the challenges or some feedback on the transition and implementation challenges. The feedback we got was requesting more on transitioning to the ISAs and some concerns regarding stakeholder perception and acceptance. These are issues that we've kind of had in the back of our head throughout. I think by also looking at the authority who this standard is for and made that more clear, some of these transition issues may be less frequent than the situation where with the ED itself. So we may have solved some of it, not disregarding that there is a need for guidance on that. So what we as a task force propose to that could be developed additional guidance around is to address some of the messaging and so on around what's the nature of the standard, and the authority could also help some of that, and then provide guidance on reporting that would then go to your point a little bit earlier to situations where corresponding figures or comparative financial statements would have been under a different standard. How that could be dealt with. We feel that if that's done under the ISAs, whether that's worth mentioning in your report now or not, how that could be dealt with this here, I don't think it's the same level of assurance. So whether you need to mention that, I'm not sure. As a task force, our thinking is saying no. That's the direction we've been heading. Then around transition, helping the procedure or how you would transition mid-engagement, giving some guidance on that process. We don't think that we will develop a checklist that will go procedure by procedure, because the reason for transition could be different in every engagement. So it's difficult to develop that detailed checklist, but how you could go about doing it. So that could be helpful. The next one would be more on also in the same line, that there is a need to understand the differences between the ISAs and the ISAs for LCE, that we will by topic create more overline or a high line of what are the differences, not a detailed list that would be not an updated mapping like we had on the ED itself, but more what are the differences in the concept and so on. And then around engagement letters, giving some guidance on how you could deal with the situation that you may need to transition mid-engagement, and whether you would need to have a new engagement letter or not, how you could deal with that. Around other implementation challenges, a lot of this is around messaging, and what we will be then working on going forward, and as I said, what the standard is and what it's not, I think could help on some of those issues. So I think with that intro and what we explained then in the issues paper, we can go to the next slide to get your input and recommendation to address the challenges on transition. And yeah, next question then. So Tom, back to you.
Okay, question 7. Sue?
Thanks, Kai. And I thought there was a lot of good material there, so I support what you have. I raised the comment about the previous reporting when we were talking about the standard, just because I wonder whether there might be something we need in the standard to support whatever guidance you come up with. So that was the rationale there. And I had another comment around transition, and it's really in the piece where you're talking about guidance for national standard setters, because the examples you use in the standard, which are very good examples of the kinds of thresholds we have for other purposes, are a lot of them have a kind of, if you meet 2 out of 3 criteria, or if you meet something 2 years out of 3, or there are certain things in the transition elements that allow for a kind of a small blip somewhere that isn't completely changing the nature of the business. And I don't know whether that's something that you've considered, but it certainly is something that is baked in there. And I think we have highlighted sometimes that there is a risk in some entities that they could be flip-flopping in and out of the standards. So I think perhaps just something to think about when you're thinking of what those implications might be. Thanks.
Josh?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you very much for the Kai motion and the task force. I have one common tradition in the guidance on the transition from the ISA for LC to the current ISAs. The differences between the 2 standards will be included for each topic area, but it is not sufficient to address only the points listed as a checklist. It is most important to ensure that after the transition, the audit will be based on the current ISAs, and that sufficient and appropriate audit evidence can be obtained after the transition. In addition, not only mid-year transition, but also transition from the beginning of the year in a continuous audit, the auditor needs to consider whether additional procedures are necessary for audits performed for prior years based on the LC ISA. And such additional responses by the auditor should also be addressed in this guidance. I think that's all. Thank you.
Fernando?
Thank you, Tom. And Kai, I remember that I think you said at the beginning that the plan is to approve the standard in September. and the supplements will be released later. I don't remember exactly how later, but one that relates to the authority, I think that supplement is pretty relevant because a lot of jurisdictions will use it to start discussing how to implement the standard, the population that they have, even start communications or discussions with authorities or the NSS, and that guidance, I think, is going to be very, very relevant to really decide the way forward. I think they could start working on translation in many jurisdictions, but that definitely will be a key document, very needed.
Eric?
I just wanted to offer my strong support for the recommendations of the task force in this area. These were two, the transition and the supplementary guidance was recognized very important, and encourage you to keep moving. Thanks.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. And I agree with Eric, so I'm supportive of where you're going with this. I think I'm also comfortable with the transition in reporting periods when the previous period was a full ISA audit. But it made me think, what do we do when an entity had been audited on LCE basis, and now you're gonna enter into the full ISA world? And do we then need to say something in the auditor's report that the previous period was audited on an ISA for LCE basis? So that's not something for this standard, but probably something for our standards. And I'm not sure whether we covered that or whether we need to cover it, because I think it would be, I think if I had the pen, I would I would include it in my auditor's report that the previous period was audited under a different auditing standard.
Billy, were you trying to come in?
It's more for clarification. We don't have any requirements at the moment in the ISAs that require you to disclose that the previous audit was audited under a different set of standards. So I'm thinking in terms of, let's say a jurisdiction had its own set of standards and the jurisdiction transitions to ISAs. Would you, in that first ISA audit you do, refer in your auditor's report that the previous year was audited under whatever the local standards were? Unaudited. Sure. But the way, and maybe I can just clarify this, and that's maybe Ada, back to your original question. I thought either way it would work the same way. So whether I had an ISA audit and I now have an ISA for LCE audit, or the other way around. I think our thinking was that let's say it's an initial engagement. In an initial engagement, you would do your work under 510 to have your audit evidence around opening balances, and you will do your 710 work on comparatives, and you will obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to express your opinion, including whether it was corresponding figures or comparative financial statements. And then if it wasn't an initial engagement, you would obviously not be required to do anything similar to ISA 510. But you would get your audit evidence about opening balances by virtue of your involvement in the current and prior period audit. So remember, it could be the same auditor that applied ISA for LCE last year now is going to apply ISAs. So you end up being able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to express your opinion, including depending on whether it's comparative information, corresponding figures, or comparative financial statements. I would agree, it doesn't preclude the auditor from saying anything, I mean, I think Ada, you said if you were holding the pen, you would say, I want to include the other matter paragraph to point that out. And I don't think that would be precluded, but I don't know if we want, where the task force has landed is we're not going to go for a requirement in this case.
Isabel?
I was about to say, but less nicely, exactly what Willie has said. So I support every word he has said.
Are people generally comfortable with how Philly is articulated in the current position? Okay. Back to the team.
Thank you for those comments. Edo, you said this standard or our standard. I think both are our standards. Also to your point, Fernando, well taken that the authority guides is something that is needed to be delivered quite quickly. And to the other points, we'll look into them. I think we've have good direction and agreement with the board on where to go with this. So I think then we can go to the next slide, which in a way is what's way forward. I don't want to go into detail on what we've heard on group audit so far, so we'll just give a high level overview because we haven't discussed it with the task force even yet. So the ED, the comment period closed in May. We received 60 letters. I think we can say that's similar to the other EDs we had and the other outreach we've done. We have violent disagreement. So we're busy analyzing that, and I think unsurprising to us that are around the table, it's around some of the same discussions we've had in the board relating to prohibition and component auditors. There is a little bit also around the group specific quantitative or qualitative characteristics, less on the part or the content itself. So it's about who is it for mostly. And that's, we need to analyze a bit closer and come back with a recommendation before we go more into that. And that we will do on the board call in July. We can go to the next slide. This is, so what's coming next? We'll have the July call with the part 10, the content of part 10. Then we'll have a second read of a full standard then in September board meeting, then including the whole of part 10. And then also the expected, that's the expected approval. At the same time, we're working on guidance and helpful things for adoption, implementation, and also an outreach plan. And then, as you see on the slide, the expected approval on the due process by POB is to be in December this year. So I think that was our last slide. I would just like to thank the board for all their input and help on driving this standard closer to the expected approval of the standard. So back to you, Tom.
The Viking can rest. Before we close the session, I just wanted to ask Jim for your reflections based upon what you heard in our CAG discussions.
For this one, I don't have very much to add, in part because we haven't had some significant discussions of late on this particular issue. So, but I do know that, I mean, the CAG has been supportive of the direction.
Yeah, and obviously it'll be a topic of discussion at our December CAG meeting, September CAG meeting. Michael?
Yes, yeah, good discussion today, and good work on the drafting as well. I think I would characterize the points raised today as mostly clarifications of what was there. So it's good to provide that feedback to the task force to let them continue their work. You know, there's also, I think, important today, the discussion that you had on clarifying nature of this standard and how it relates to the ICEs, whether it be guidance or references or totally separate. That's going to be key that that's well understood, not just by the users, but by those that that might be deciding on whether to allow the use or not of the standard. You know, the importance of selling the use of the standard to stakeholders is clearly recognized by the board, and certainly there's always more that could be done on that, and will need to be done as time goes on. One thing that that the PIOB would suggest might be done to even in advance of the September meeting, which could help the selling process, but also help to really assess how the project has evolved and how it's satisfying the public interest framework, but would be to go back and look at the qualitative characteristics under the public interest framework and how specifically this project has responded to those. Having that analysis would, I think, be helpful to formulate the sales strategy, if nothing else. And you know, certainly another issue that was raised today for discussion in September is going to be important as well to deal with there. The consideration of how to keep ISA for LCEs aligned with the ICEs in future as the ICEs evolve, or even as we've seen in some of the discussions of this standard, whether things are identified here that might in fact be useful to take into the ICEs and refine them as well, whether in terms of requirements or guidance. So good progress, and we look forward to this project reaching a successful launch in September.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, I think that's the end of our topics for today. What I figured I would do right now is pause for a moment, because tomorrow we'll approve the PI draft, the PI standard. Sue, do you want to give a summary of what you've heard so far based upon the draft that was circulated?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you. We've had a lot of support. We've had a couple of board members raised comments in relation to two paragraphs in 260 is 16A, and also the final part of A29, where we have a couple of very small drafting changes, which I think will help clarify the wording. So I'll present those to you tomorrow. I'm hoping they won't scare off anybody who was happy with what was there, but I think it does make it clearer. So that's the point, Tom, and we'll pick it up tomorrow morning.
Okay, you will have just received the posting of the sustainability document for tomorrow too. Josephine, do you want to give any preview of that? She said no. It speaks for itself. Okay. So my plan for tomorrow is, since we've taken a session off the table for tomorrow, is to start at 9. It will give people a little, I know some of you are traveling tomorrow, it'll allow you to finish packing and getting stuff together. We still should be done by lunchtime tomorrow. We will start with the PI approval and then move into sustainability, and plan to break before, I think, noon tomorrow at latest. Now you have something to say?
Sally Ann very kindly reminded me by another prompt. As I said yesterday, the task force drafting team and staff will be in here to take on any comments you might have on the turnaround pieces. We'll be here from about 7:30. So, but again, it's hopefully that will give you enough time as well if we start at 9, to Tom's point, to then just pack up, as it were. But yes, we'll be here, and you should receive the document in your email very, very soon. It's done, it's ready to go.
It has arrived.
Okay.
That was my point. Okay. And I think the one thing that's happening today, and on cue, Sally Ann, always on top of these things, the fraud task force meeting will begin at 3:30 this afternoon. What room? And they aren't. No, it says green room here. So there you go. I'm looking at my notes now. I should have just done that in the first place, Sally Ann. Okay. Well, good meeting today. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Good luck with the fraud task force, and good luck with the reading of the sustainability materials.